This is not just a thank you. This is our story of fear and the kindness that saved it. Missiles wrote headlines while we tried to pack our boots. Every night the sky reminded us of the cost of roots. We trained in Turkey with one eye on the news, wondering if the game we love would still have any use. The war wasn't on the pitch, but it followed us everywhere, turning the World Cup dream into something heavy to bear. Security concerns, threats, and names on lists we never chose. Suddenly our presence became a political pose. We just wanted to play, to run, to feel the grass, but every plan we made kept falling through like shattered glass. Then came the hammer. Visas denied for those who hold us up. Coaches, doctors, the federation president, all told not enough. 15 hearts who built this team from the ground, suddenly treated like threats instead of people we're proud of. Players got last minute papers, but only to commute. Enter the US for matches, then leave the same day like refugees in pursuit. Our original home in Tucson was taken away. We were told we couldn't even sleep on American clay. The war had already taken too much from our land. Now even the beautiful game wanted to take its stand. We stood in airports with bags and quiet fear, wondering if the dream we chased for years would disappear. Then Mexico spoke, not with conditions, not with fear in their tone, but with open arms that felt like coming home. FIFA asked and they said yes without hesitation. While the world debated politics and separations, Tier 1 to open its gates, Club Solos open their ground. A banner in Farsi said Iranian cheetahs welcome, what a sound. We landed in the early hours with tired eyes and guarded hearts, expecting cold stares and distance, but instead we got art. The art of human kindness painted across every face. Mexican people waiting just to put us in our place, not as enemies, not as headlines, not as a political game, but as fellow players who also carry pressure and pain. Outside the hotel, fans gather with cheers and open hands, not because cameras were rolling, just because they understand that behind every jersey is a story the world rarely sees, and sometimes the simplest welcome can bring a nation to its knees. Mothers sent food like we were their own sons far from home. Children asked for autographs like we were heroes made of chrome. Taxi drivers spoke with love, not politics in their voice, telling us Tijuana was proud to give us this choice. We trained under armed security but felt safer than before, because the people around us chose connection over war. They saw past the missiles, past the tension, past the blame, and treated us like humans playing a beautiful game.
Mexico, you saw us when the world saw only war. You opened your city when others slammed the door. You gave us a better field and a reason to believe.
When everything around us was falling like autumn leaves. This thank you comes from every player who almost broke, from every fan back home who carried the heavy yoke. You turned a nightmare into something we could hold. Mexico, your kindness for love will grow. Every morning we wake up in Tijuana's warm light, knowing that tonight we might cross the border to fight, not with weapons but with boots and a ball on foreign grass. While the war back home still makes the future hard to grasp, we come to you like ghosts for 3 matches, in and out the same day, while Mexican people wave from the streets in the most human way. They don't ask about politics or who's right or who's wrong. They just smile and say play well like we belonged all along. In a tournament full of tension, you gave us a place to breathe, a small piece of peace in the middle of everything we grieve. To every Mexican who cheered when we stepped outside, to every citizen who refused to let politics decide. You didn't have to love us, you didn't have to care, but you chose humanity when you chose to stay. Being a team that felt rejected, feel like they belong, and that kind of love is louder than any war song.
It's the Home Live Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 194, The Art of the Bad Deal. A real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, I think we're going. We're ready to go, guys. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news show News Network. We're here with you guys all afternoon today on this Thursday. We have a lot going on today, a lot of stuff to get into, but we are calling the show overall. We titled it The Art of the Bad Deal. There's a lot of things wrong with this deal, and it kind of represents everything that's been wrong with the entire outlook of our political structure and this administration, but even more beyond the administration, the entire Western machine that we know is built around a war profiteering, warmongering, pharma kill system that's in place, and also keeping us divided and cooperating from a place of fear and confusion and division, which is the whole apparatus, really, the Western Hemisphere apparatus. We call it whatever you want. We know it's run by the Epstein class. We know it's run by the very few billionaires that dictate everything else to the rest of us. And they control our media to a point where we've been counting on news being given to us this whole time. None of that was actually honest. It was not real reporting. It was protecting that class, protecting that billionaire class this whole time. So we have to fill in for them. The people that were supposed to do this job weren't doing it. They're not doing it the whole time. So who's going to step up? We're stepping up. We're here right now. We're on this network, this channel, wherever you find us. Know that we're doing that job because they refused to do it. And they tricked us into thinking they were doing it this whole time. It would actually have been better if they just didn't exist at all, right? That they weren't running these fake networks. That would be better, because then at least we would be aware that that was an empty space and we can honestly go into it and say, hey, we'll try to do this. No, their job this whole time has been to do the opposite of journalism, which is propaganda and manipulation and the techniques that are so evolved now with the technology available, and we have to fight the battle against them. We have access to the same technology, but we're moving into this state where AI is slowly creeping in, and it's not so slow anymore, guys. You know, this is a rapid transition of tech takeover, and this is the time more than ever we have to do our due diligence. We have to take off those tribal goggles, and we have to start using our critical thinking skills once again. There are no parties. There's no left and right. There's no red and blue. There's none of that. There's only the wealthy and the rest of us. And when I say wealthy, I'm not talking about a millionaire, even a multimillionaire. We're talking about an echelon that's so high up we can't even comprehend it. The fact that we're talking about an actual trillionaire existing right now, that's insane. We're going to look at that. So that's one of the stories, the Elon story. But during the show, yes, we're going to be getting into that peace deal. We're going to be talking about this social media ban happening in UK right now. We got some more corruption going on over at Pfizer and the CDC. That's right, the Maha elected CDC, RFK Jr. More corruption going on. New deal with Pfizer. You're not going to believe this deal. And then we have some stuff happening here locally with the LAPD. There's other stuff we're going to get into too. So we'll have Jay Scott come on and join us shortly. Let's just make sure we're all set up on all of our platforms right now. If you guys don't know our main spot, this is Rumble. That's where we've been the whole time. Without any interruption, which is great. At the Homeless Left, been doing this consistently, and we appreciate the consistency there. But here's the thing about Rumble: it is a number one part of that surveillance state, so we know they're keeping tabs on us, and they're going to use this against us later. But at least they haven't pulled the plug on our conversations. We're having the conversations. That's the point. We're able to share, discuss, have discourse, have honest debate, look into things. But more than that, it's not just about pulling the curtain back. What we're actually doing here, once we discover what the problem is, when we pull that curtain back, we're looking for action. We're looking for what can we do about it. That's what we're doing here. This channel, we've been lucky on YouTube. This is our second try at it. The first one, as you guys know, the first channel doesn't exist anymore. I guess we didn't have a right to exist, right? As they say, the Homeless Left note is gone on YouTube, but THL Presents does exist. And we're going to ride this one as long as we can until they, until we get that nasty letter from Google telling us that our conversations are just too dangerous for this community. Words are violence, all that stuff. You guys know how that works. So we do appreciate all of the engagement there, the super chats, Rumble rants. Any way you can show support for this, just the like and the share, commenting, you're helping us with that algorithm. You're helping us fight back against that censorship industrial complex, which, as you guys know, if you've been around this space, and not just our show, you guys know all of our neighboring shows, people that do the stuff we do. We can't do this alone. We're all dealing with this, and we're dealing with more and more of it. Whatever we're challenging, U.S., Israel, war machine, so many reasons they can deplatform us, they can censor us, and they can do it in a lot more sneaky ways now. Not just sending us letters, your channel's been terminated. Now they can mess with the algorithm and all that. One day we have 100,000 viewers watching, the next day we have 400. We don't know. So we don't know what they're doing and what they're up to next. All we know is that we can fight back with numbers. That's the thing we have. We have numbers. That's the one thing the Epstein child-eating billionaire class doesn't have, is the numbers. Power to the people. That's how we do it here. Okay, what are we on? I think we're on Twitter. I appreciate Citizen had put out, he likes to share the tweets out, or the streams. They don't actually start until we actually go live. I can't actually share anything out on X until we go live. So hopefully that's getting out there now. We're on Twitch now, which is funny. I think, we'll see how we do. It's fun when people stumble on us that aren't really looking for a political news show on Twitch, but hey, we'll see how we go on there. And I think we're on the Facebook feed today. I can't remember. We might be. If you're on Facebook, drop us a comment or something. We'll talk to you guys later. All good. Okay. Let's do this right now. I just need to make sure we're set up, because there was a new story that came in, and so we're going to move a few things around here. We're going to move a few things around here so we can get to this. We're going to call it breaking news, and it does have to do, and I'll play it in a second. I'm just making sure it's set up, but it does have to do with that opening. I didn't mention the opening. If you guys saw that was a new Lego produced film from Iran about the Iranian national football team. There's a lot of let's just say, to put it mildly, a lot of controversy going on with this Iran team that's here competing right now on the world stage in our country, but they're not actually allowed to be in our country, only to play the game and then get the hell out. Every time they have a match, they have to leave. We're just finding this information out on the latest development there. So let me set that. I think we're set up on this breaking news off of the World Games here. Okay, let's go ahead and get that one going here. And boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Okay. Okay, here we are. All right, let's do this, guys. We'll call this breaking news. Here we go. We have some breaking news for you guys in regards to the World Games going on right now here in the U.S. It seems that Iran's national team has been ordered out of the U.S. immediately following their World Cup opener. Let's take a look at the story here. So the Iranian football team was told to return to Mexico after the opening World Cup game. Head coach of Tehran's squad says, and they put this in quotes because it's a quote, but they're implying that it's just an opinion. But no, they've absolutely been oppressed more than any other team. Their players were instructed to go back to training base over the border. Well, you might ask yourself, why would they be staying in Mexico when they're competing in the World Games in the U.S.? That's weird. I'm not sure if that's ever anything like that has ever happened before. Little strange, right? Well, here's a shot of them after their game in LA. Immediately. Just totally the amount of hours it's taken these guys to get in and out of the country. That's the point, is to just keep abusing them however you can. And it's wild, but they're toughing it out. Let's see what's going on in the rest of this article. So yeah, the head coach says they were being oppressed after they were unexpectedly told to return to Mexico straight out of their opening game in LA Monday night. Now, the reason they're staying in Mexico is because the president of Mexico, Sheinbaum, what she did is she said, you can absolutely stay here because the U.S. refuses to have them stay in the country that they're competing in. They're actually not allowed to stay here. So they have to actually have their home base in Tijuana. And then they have to go back and forth. But now not only go back and forth, they have to leave immediately. So here's the results of the game. They drew a 2-2 tie against New Zealand. And the team had originally been cleared to stay in the U.S. for one night before returning to their training base the next day. However, somebody said, you know what? Screw that. They got to go back immediately. They said, we have to leave immediately. We've been asked to get on a plane. He said, it's very important to have us have time for recovery, but we've been told to return to our camp in Tijuana. And then we are really troubled by that. We don't know why they are returning us. It was not immediately clear who had directed the team to leave the U.S. He said his players had been treated and made them the most oppressed team in the World Cup, and blamed the team's hectic travel schedule for causing injuries. Because if you purposely make traveling difficult, you're not going to be able to get warmed up, be mentally focused, be physically focused. And that's the point. They want to do that to them on purpose. They're making the situation more difficult, but we're not going to let that stop us for doing our best. So there you are. Let's look at a little closer at the actual game, because it seemed like, you know, the tie. Yes, it was a tie, but it was quite an opportunity that Iran was able to get on the field and score a couple goals. Pretty awesome experience here. Iran's national team, which faced delays and difficulty of obtaining U.S. visas, of course they did, opened their campaign with a 2-2 draw against New Zealand. The match was marked by banners honoring the 168 children killed in the U.S.-Israeli strike on an elementary school in Manab, southern Iran, on February 28th. That's the day we started bombing the shit out of Iran. Death and destruction every single day. So that's the thing they're taking with them on the world stage, and they're honoring those murdered children that we killed, and they're honoring them in a country that killed them. And imagine that. Imagine what that must be like to have to go and compete in a country that murdered your civilians, your children, and have to represent your country on this stage in basically the enemy territory, which we are, of course. Of course. Well, this is how it looked on the field last night. Let's take a look. The flag was put out, the Iranian flag. This looks pretty awesome. A lot of cheers. Pretty emotional. Nice. That's pretty badass. Wish you could have been there when that happened. Now, unfortunately, there's a spin to this, it seems. Let's go to this next part. This was awesome. This was pretty awesome. So the team took school bags onto the pitch to honor the numbers, 100, whatever the number is. It's 175 That seems more accurate, actually. 175 school children killed by the United States in Manab. Here's a shot. Let me grab this one so you guys can see. This was pretty emotional and intense that they were able to do this with the school bags, because the school bags have represented the murdered children. Here he is.
تصویر می‌بینیم به به این تصاویر زیبا از کول
To have these men treated this way is absolutely, it should be the other way around, right? We should be giving them extra attention. Hey guys, let's get you in a nicer hotel. Let's make sure you guys are comfortable because you're here to play the sport of soccer on a world stage. And we don't want any bad blood here because we know you guys are athletes coming here to represent your country. And what else? We're supposed to be in the middle of a peace deal or something, some sort of, I don't know what, some sort of MOU, understanding of terms, right? So why would you be treated this way? And to add fuel to the fire, this is the type of reporting they're doing locally here in LA. This is the most fake reporting I can imagine. If you were to turn this on LA news, local news, this is what you're told that's happening at the stadium during this match.
Fans are still leaving this match, but tonight about way more than just soccer. FIFA World Cup excitement colliding with political tensions outside LA Stadium. Soccer fans for Iran and New Zealand leaving through a crowd of protesters.
I wanted them to lose, and luckily at least they tied.
The match ending with a draw while peace talks continue between Iran and the U.S. What's it like going to a match with all of this stuff going on around you?
You guys know? I feel like it just shows a lot of like how people feel.
Kind of like conflicting, you know?
Okay, so anybody that has the Iranian flag wrapped around them, I just want to be clear with you guys what that is. These are Zionists, and we have a massive amount of them. You might be going, wait, what? There's Iranian Zionists? Yeah, these are the pro U.S. military industrial complex occupation, Greater Israel Project people. This is what they are, and the audacity they have to pretend that they're looking out for the interest of a country that they don't live in. They live here, and they live here in a very nice area. We have beautiful areas for Zionists to live here in Beverly Hills, in Westwood, in Bel Air. Beautiful, lovely areas for these people. And when they wrap their flag around, that's what that is. That's a gesture. That's a symbol that they're on that side to destroy this country and take it over, because they are against the thing that's stopping Israel from what? From their ploy to expand. The expansion and the more occupation, the more ethnic cleansing. They're for ethnic cleansing. And they're going to pretend that they're the ones in the street that have to go against the regime when we are the regime. We are. So this is how LA report. They're not reporting the other side. They're just doing this part.
Because, some people like the team to win. Some people they've betrayed us.
With tensions overseas, protesters focus their anger on Iran's national team, which they say is handpicked by the Iranian regime to project their message on the world stage.
And what is the message? Didn't we just see the message? The message is we're doing this for the dead children. We're doing this for our ability to survive and get through this chaos and show up here in an honest way to play sport. What is the thing that what is the thing? You don't like the backpacks. That's got to be it. That's cringy for you. Oh, we don't want to see those backpacks of the dead children that, accidentally, because you guys know that in war, there are casualties of war. You just got to deal with it. Why are you trying to hype it up? All those 176 backpacks. So that's their problem, right? That's their problem. And I know, and we're sure as hell know that they're happy that the team had to get on a bus and get the hell out of LA the second they were done. By the way, they got another match coming up here in just a couple days. in just a couple days. They have another match. So they're going to have to get back to Tijuana, regroup, get ready, get your shit together, come all the way back. And through the process of in and out, you have to go through all of the security stuff and just hounding and just harassment. That's U.S. Customs. Harassment constantly, getting it so they can barely get to the stadium just like minutes before they have to go on the field. And of course, you're going to have physical injuries from that. They don't get to warm up and stretch, and you're not going to be mentally prepared. So that's what we're dealing with. That's what they're dealing with on the field. So you guys know, they're pretending this is standard. This has never happened before. You should never, unless the team makes the choice themselves. There's no situation in which you're hosting the World Games in your country and you're going to demand that another team is not allowed to stay. They have to get on a plane and fly the hell out immediately after a match. So that's the news. Mainstream they're going to ignore it, but we'll see how these guys keep it together in the next few weeks as the games progress. And congrats for the tie. I'm sure that must have been awesome to be in that arena, even just when that first goal was scored for Iran, their very first goal of the World Games. There's a lot there and a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they're representing so much. So we're proud of that, and we hope they can continue in their quest and their journey throughout the games. Okay, let's set up the next segment now. Okay, here we go. Yeah, thanks for that, Sam. Long live Iran. The UK is trying to prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Of course they are. Of course they are. Yes, Iran is so cool. So cool. Thanks for that. All right, guys. Let's get ready. We got a real fake news story for you. Setting it up real quick here, and we'll get right at it. Okay, here we go. This story is this is cringe, guys. This one's cringe. Let's get it. Here we go. All right, guys, here we go. Real fake news. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We had an incident occur that involves, let's just say, somebody who decided to decline a job interview. And well, things got pretty messy for this person. Let's take a look at the story, how it broke. You can tell right away this is really bad. Really, really bad. Okay. Anti-Semitic Cornell student turns down interview because he's, quote, not interested in working for a Jew. A Cornell University student who applied for a summer internship with a Jewish-owned New York City startup rejected the opportunity with a hateful message. Not interested in working for a Jew. The shocked CEO posted on X. That poor CEO, that must have been the most word violent attack he's ever experienced. I feel so bad for him. Austin Franco, there's his name. He's been doxxed. He put his anti-Semitism on full display when he passed up an interview with this company because its co-founders, Gabe and Aiden Einhorn, are proudly Jewish. Oh, so is there non-proud Jews? That's what you proudly. Okay. I didn't know that was a category. Proudly Jewish versus not proud. Would that be embarrassed Jews or shamed Jews? I'm trying to figure out all the categories. I'm just trying to learn. So we're trying, guys. Just help us out with this. Okay. So they're in the proud Jew category. Let's see how fake Fox News covers this story.
Owners of that company, Emily, that we just watched, he said, I felt bad exposing him because I thought he could have made a mistake, and he really doesn't believe that wholeheartedly. I'm glad we know this individual's name. I'm glad he was exposed.
Indeed, and the brothers are so generous and graceful, certainly more than I am, because I do want his life to be ruined. I agree with you. It is a permissive structure. And parents, what are your children putting out there?
I just want to say right here, guys, this is what we call cancel culture, right? I thought Fox was the biggest entity that was against cancel culture, right? You remember that the whole thing with the Me Too and all the other, like the one person comes forward and doxes you, throws you under the bus. They were the ones saying that's not cool. Well, it's cool now. Cancel culture is back, baby. Okay, tell us how much you want him to suffer for not taking an internship. By the way, an internship.
What are the people that have been in your household putting out there online and to their friends? What has been fomented? Because clearly there is a disconnect. Somehow this person learned that there is an audacity that you can have with this anti-Semitism. That's what I found so shocking. Guy and I toured Poland together last May, and whenever I see things like this, it harkens me back to our trip, where apparently there's been no evolution since World War II. That deep-seated cultural hatred that's been allowed, that's been fostered, has somehow reignited here among the youth, and it is sickening. Cornell needs to take greater steps. So do parents, so do online forums, and somehow this 65-pound vessel of hatred needs to know that not only is this not okay, but it's not acceptable socially, because clearly online and among those kid groups, I keep saying kid, among the youth, they have learned that it's okay, that it's right to have this anti-Semitism. It felt sickening for me to just quote him, by the way. To just say those words, quoting him, felt sick.
I'm really interested to see if,
because you're affected by it, because words are violence. So it kind of, you can tell she got, like, the body responds to those horrible words and makes you nauseous, and all of a sudden you have a temperature and you have to stay. It's really bad. It's very violent. Words are very violent. But okay, continue.
Mr. Franco gets a job. Does anyone hire this guy? I really want to follow up on this.
One quick thing, because Emily, you invoked our trip to Poland, and in Europe in pre-World War II, that era, it didn't go from everything's fine to the death camps in Auschwitz overnight. There was this slide that happened, and this is an echo here that we have to keep an eye on.
And
that sounds about how Germany went full Nazi, was that somebody turned down a job and said, I don't want to work for somebody. That's probably how it started. Yeah, that's a good assessment. I'm joking, of course. Okay, so let's see. It was the New York Post that originally put this out and doxing this kid, doxing him. There you go, calling him anti-Semitic because of turning down the interview. And then there's a little back and forth with the New York Post. If the Jew hater is ever hired, please post and I will retreat. And here's the actual CEO, Gabe Einhorn, saying, thank you, New York Post. Thank you for highlighting the story. You're awesome. Thanks for doing journalism. We have this, like, relationship, right? We kind of have this. We're cool. We're all good, right? To everyone who's commenting even more hate to justify this, we're coming after you next. No, I'm just kidding. But that's you make an example, right? You're just proving the point even more that anti-Semitism is real. Glenn Greenwald chimes in, a 19-year-old college. So this is just for context here. You got a 19-year-old college student quietly, not publicly, quietly turning down a job interview, stupidly telling the company it's because he doesn't want to work for a Jew. You shouldn't have done that, right? But within 2 days, the billionaire founder of one of the world's most powerful corporations, Palantir, demands that the company release the students to the world. That's by Palantir's instructions. The company instantly complies. Yes, Grandmaster. Yes, Lord Carp. Yes, Lord Teal. Whatever you say. National media trumpet the incident, of course, right? Because that's their job, and spread the student's name and face all over the place. A senior Trump DOJ official repeatedly urges the public to notify him if the student is ever hired. And that was this other guy. That was actually a DOJ official telling people, we will continue to monitor this guy and make sure his life is completely ruined for the rest of his life, promising to use his office, his position of power, to keep him permanently unemployable. Adults with large influential platforms, and this is for perspective, pundits, media types, even elected officials, right here on X, right here where we are, guys. We say things. We know people say things that are cringe and that are bad, and we talk about this even a lot worse than what he did, of course. But pretty much every other group you can think of, without, and this is about any group except this particular one. You can say this about any group, right? You can say whatever. I'll just use an example. White people. I don't want to work for white people. There's not going to be anything happen to you. That's not a thing. That's just whatever. Not very nice, but nobody gets reprimanded or punished or made an example of. It's not a thing. There's no consequences, right? Let alone a completely unhinged, coordinated campaign of very powerful people that are saying out loud publicly they're going to be ruining people like this, people like his life, ruining his life for the rest of his life. That's the plan. And they're proud of it. There it is. Reactions. Hey, Gabe Einhorn. This is from Dr. Simon. Did it ever cross your mind that people don't like your tribe because this exact supremacist, underhanded behavior that you're doing right now? A 19-year-old kid says no thanks after bad experiences, and you immediately try to destroy his life with public shaming, doxing, media hits, and a university investigation. You didn't refute the stereotype. You just confirmed it. Congratulations. And then you got to make your appearance now. What's the next? You guys can guess. What's the next appearance for the CEO? After Fox, right? What's the next one? Rabbi Shmuley. Here we go.
We're here with Gabe Einhorn. He's a tech founder. He's being attacked by millions online for being a loud and proud Jew. Gabe, I have a question for you. Why not just give in?
You know, I was born with this my whole life. Our family's been fighting for 3,000 years. You look back in history and see all of the anti-Semitism. It's a constant thread throughout our history. And
yeah, my family's been fighting 3,000 years, more particularly in the last 70 plus years. My family's been really big about getting revenge on all the anti-Semitism. We took it out on a bunch of Palestinians. That was the first. They deserve that because we're the ones that can't get it. Everyone kicks us out. So it's a long battle of punishing people for being jealous of us. It's a long history we have, and we're not going to stop here. I mean, seriously, we raped, pillaged, murdered, bragged about it, gloated about it, still gloat about it today, what we did in the Nakba. So this is peanuts compared to that, but we have to do it. It's our right to do it, right? We've been chosen to do it, whatever you want, but this is what we do. This is what we do, is what he's saying.
the only way to combat it is to stand up and to stay proud. So that's what I'm doing.
You wear your yarmulke every day, loud and proud, right?
Yes, sir.
That's amazing.
Dude, I can't wait for the Paramount TV movie featuring this Einhorn character. This is the guy we root for, right? This is that struggling billionaire CEO that's best friends with a bigger billionaire, right? With Alex Karp, and now Rabbi Shmuley. I mean, this is the real struggle, the real relatable struggle of the underdog. This is a true underdog story. We want this billionaire to be comfortable. And we want those Fox, by the way, those Fox News correspondents, that must be really hard to read this stuff. I feel really bad for them and their families. Everyone's affected by this Jew hate. It's really gone way too far. Another one from Dr. Simon. Hey, Einhorn, why do you keep claiming that you've been criticized simply because you're Jewish? You came under fire because you doxed a kid who decided not to work for you for obvious reasons. And he happened to he said it wrong. As you could just say, no, thanks. I don't want to have anything to do with you guys. And I mean, that's what he was doing. I don't want to have anything to do with you guys. I'm not comfortable. That's what he was doing. And he said it wrong. He said it wrong. Whatever. Stop victimizing yourself. Take responsibility for what you did and apologize. And of course, there is no apology coming. There is no apology coming. So this wouldn't be a real fake news update without one more doubling down. You guys are going to love this. This is, you got to bring another rabbi in. You got to bring another rabbi in to tell us how much of a victim he is, and makes some bold comparison. This guy, Shabbat of Bel Air. Of course, he's of Bel Air. Rabbi Shame Menz from Bel Air is going to tell the Fox audience that it kind of reminds him of Planet of the Apes. I'm not kidding you. Listen to this.
Julian, when I was coming into the studio, I was thinking, what can I compare this to? Do you remember the movie Planet of the Apes? The human people that came to the planet. All of a sudden, you're weird. You're the killer. You're the rotten person. Because they believed in all the evils that was unproven. To be a Jew today sometimes is like the humans that come to the Planet of the Apes and meeting people like him and like, where did you get this from? Why do you think this way? And it's almost impossible to talk to these people, to reason to these people, because hate is an emotion. It's not intellect.
Man. Wow. So the apes are the goyim, right? So why don't you produce another? We could do a follow-up, right, to the franchise. I think it kind of ran its course again. So you go Planet of the Goyim. That would be where the chosen ones arrive and they go, oh no, what happened to this planet? Look at all the you're gonna put us in cages, but you guys are apes. We're better than you. That sucks. Doesn't that suck to be better than the people putting you in a cage because you're just a more evolved specimen? And then they got to do all the things in the Planet movie. They got to cut out the tongues of the humans because they're just, they're in cages, and that sucks. And you root for the chosen ones in the cages. That's a really good. I'm going to pitch that one to good old Larry over at Paramount. I think that could sell a lot of tickets. And there you go. Fox News doing their job, playing their role. Concerned citizens, concerned journalists, getting to the bottom of the story. And this has been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. All right, here we go, guys. We're rocking and rolling now. Let's get to, we got a couple more we're going to get to before we bring in our friend Jay. Actually, yes, I do have a World War III update for you guys. Yeah, we got to cover this. Actually, if you guys don't know, I'm setting this one up. If you guys don't know, I was on with Craig Pasta on his show, him and Fee. I went on with him yesterday on Truthwire when this story first broke, and we kind of covered a little bit of it. So you guys can go back and watch that a little bit. It's on, Truthwire. You guys should definitely check the show out. It's Craig Pasta, Fiorella, Isabel. I think I guest co-hosted for Fee yesterday, and this is a big story, and it requires another look. So we're gonna look at that one right now. 1 second here, guys. We have our files. Okay, here we go. Get those files ready. Actually, let's do this. I got to set this one up. So we're just going to do a brief break. Let's go for it. This is be about 2.5. We'll be right. We'll see you guys back here in 2.5. Here's a little World Cup. Don't forget Palestine segue. We'll see you guys back here in 2.5 with World War III watch. And we got a lot more homeless left coming at you real soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here. It's World War III. Watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. We're looking at this, what we're calling a peace plan. Not so real. Not so real. Looks more like a fake peace plan, or at best, a no good deal. And that's why we're calling the show the art of the bad deal, really. So let's take a look at how this went down, starting with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Sharif, tweeting out the deal. This is the first we actually heard about it. This is the very first time we hear about it, which is very bizarre. Why wouldn't it go out in an official, some sort of official release in some publication? No, it was actually on Twitter. So following the intensive talks, we're pleased to announce the peace deal between the U.S. and Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon. Oh, really? Okay. The signing will be on Friday the 19th. Now, keep in mind, the signing here is not going to be, and this is going to be in Switzerland, apparently. So this is coming up. The signing is not of an actual finalized contract. It's basically the MOU. So we're still very far away from this thing. But apparently there's this quote unquote ceremony happening on Friday. So, and then he goes on with the thanks, and we're going to, you review these, all the people involved in making this happen, from everyone in the U.S. to Iran, the commitment to finding a diplomatic solution. Thank God nobody got purposely bombed in the negotiating room, which usually happens. It's actually miraculous that we did not bomb the negotiators on the Iranian side. So as a mediator, this guy's basically saying, this Prime Minister of Pakistan is saying, we handled it. We had everybody in the U.S. and everybody on the Iran side. Everyone got together. Qatar was great for their leadership. So everybody that played a role, and the leadership of Saudi Arabia and Turkey with their contribution. So it was a team effort. This agreement now in place. Mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Yeah, okay. We'll see. Did you notice who wasn't included in this? We don't have anybody representing Israel being mentioned in the thanks. Why? Well, because Israel didn't partake in this. Well, that's weird. It is weird because Israel's been a big player in the fact that and we'll get to this in a second. We're going to go through the points, but if they're not in the room, something seems a little off about this. Well, of course, Trump took to his Truth Social to tell us that he's the greatest president of all time because the deal is complete, even though it's not. And every good businessman knows nothing's complete until the money's in the bank. We know that. We know that in Hollywood. But he's saying congrats. Obviously, he's going to do this preemptively. I hereby now he's going to authorize. Ooh, Trump is authorizing a toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Really? That's quite a lot of leverage he has there. Why didn't he do that earlier? Why is he authorizing? That's funny. That's funny. And then, of course, he's saying he's going to authorize the immediate removal of the naval blockade. That one he actually could do and can do. Let's see if he does that. The other one, he's just pretending that he has power of opening the strait. So that's funny. But to then go on and say, ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. Again, totally ludicrous to say let the oil flow when even if everything was good to go and money in the bank, you still need another month or two before the oil is able to be distributed to places where we would actually see any effect at all. So we are leaps and bounds away from anything actually happening here. But I digress. Let's look at some of the other optics here of this deal. Well, we can start with this. How about we look at, let's take a look at the 14 points, actually. Let's take a look at this. Here we go. And this is where we're going to realize in these 14 points that something's really off. So let's walk these through. Here it is. Okay. So this is the condensed version of the 14 clauses of the MOU that will be signed Friday. Again, an MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding, is the only thing that's going to be signed on Friday, allegedly. If everything before that happens the way it should, which it probably won't. But if it did, we're only talking about an MOU. Just to be freaking clear, that's not a deal. That's the beginning of a deal. So that's what we're hoping for, the beginning of a deal, ceremony, the whole fireworks, big display, just to have a letter of understanding, a memorandum of understanding, which isn't really anything. Okay, here are the condensed points. 1, the permanent and immediate halt of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. Well, that can't happen. That can't happen. How do we know that can't happen? Netanyahu's going to tell you this. Mr. Prime Minister, you said that you're not committed to the Lebanon clause in this agreement. Are you committed to the Iran deal in this agreement? Again, this agreement was made by the U.S., by the President of the United States. And he thinks he can really combine both the demilitarization of Egypt and the cancellation of a nuclear program. And I said, it's his decision. I repeat, it's his decision. He is leading this, and I have, of course, expressed my opinion in various conversations. On the other hand, I said that we have our own interests. So he's saying, no, I don't actually like that. And my own interests really don't involve what's on that very first point. So I guess we're done here, right? We're done, right? Why read anymore? Because he's saying we're not actually halting the permanent and immediate halt on all fronts of war, including Lebanon. Netanyahu's saying, I'm not going to do that. So strike. That's it. It's over. But let's just, for shits and giggles, let's go through the rest of them, because they're actually pretty funny that they all seem to go towards Iran's favor, all of them, which is incredible. Number 2, a U.S. commitment to not interfere in Iran's internal affairs and to respect the sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Wow, really? We're just going to do that? That's something that we haven't wanted to do. But so we're going to stop interfering. Well, again, Israel loves to interfere. They love to, the Mossad, they love to do all of their little false flag operations. So we know that's something we can't agree to. And again, Israel wasn't in the room. So what are we talking about here? But okay, let's humor. Let's say we're going to do that. 3, the complete lifting of the naval blockade within 30 days. Well, Trump did announce that one. So that one might be in motion. Okay, I'm rooting for you, number 3. What else we got? U.S. commitment to withdraw its forces from the area surrounding Iran. Really? We're just going to clear out all of our military bases, the ones that are left that Iran didn't destroy already? And what does that mean, the surrounding areas? What is that? The entire Middle East? All those, just Iran? Are we going to do that? Really? Let's unclear on the geography there, but okay. We're just going to do that. What do we get in return? We're just going to do that? 5, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under Iran's arrangements. So that's okay. They would love to do that if all these other things are done. So we'll see. Trump already tweeted that we're doing that, which is funny because he can't actually control that part. But okay. So let's say 5's in motion too. All right, good. Here we go. 6, suspension of oil sanctions. Wow. So we've had those sanctions on forever. Every presidency, every administration has pushed oil sanctions the whole way. All these other petrochemical products and derivatives. That's been our game plan in the Middle East this whole time, is those sanctions. So we're just going to all of a sudden stop doing that. Wow. Well, Iran is looking good in this, really good. Requirement for U.S. and its allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran. Oh, here we are. 300 billion. 300 billion. That's how are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? Well, JD Vance was asked about that one immediately when this came out. And he had to qualify that that's actually true. Here you go.
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they.
Okay. So what's happening in this, before the clip started, the direct question that was asked to our vice president was, is Iran going to get that $300 billion? Is that something they're going to get? Are we allocating that? And this is because of all the shit we destroyed and all the people we murdered, all this death and destruction that was raining out of the sky, as our Secretary of War bragged about. Every night we're going to rain death and destruction. We're going to destroy all your infrastructure. We're going to destroy your water reserves. We're gonna put chemicals in the air. We're gonna torture you every single day. We're gonna murder all your school children, innocent school children. We're gonna do that on day one. So $300 billion. He qualifies that. So this is what his answer is: two parts. The first part is he says, well, yeah, that they can do that if they do their part. Of course they're gonna do their part. If you want $300 billion, why would you not want $300 billion? So he's saying, yes, this is going to happen. So good luck backing that up with your base, who doesn't want enough. Are we going to pay for this again? Are you effing kidding me? The second thing he said is, I want to prepare you guys. When people look at this thing, your CBS morning viewers are going to be looking at these 14 points, and they're going to notice that Iran gets everything and we get nothing. So I want you to just not pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. It's going to sound like we're complete idiots. And I'm just going to pre-warn you that there's going to be a lot of people calling us idiots for not having anything in these 14 points at all. So that was the extent of his answer to that question. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene and her assessment of this $300 billion.
I'm reading today that in the U.S.-Iran proposed peace deal that is supposedly going to be signed later this week. This is after we've been told at least 38 to 40 times that there's going to be a peace deal, but supposedly there's one. There is an agreement that there will be $300 billion be given to Iran for reconstruction and investments for Iran. Now, I'm assuming this comes from the American taxpayer, and I want to tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. This is a war that Americans did not support. As a matter of fact, we said no more foreign wars, and that's what we voted for in 2024. Well, Trump decided to bomb Iran and go to war against Iran on behalf of his good friend Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, and he's on record saying that he did this for Israel, while he claimed that it was to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. By the way, former DNI Tulsi Gabbard told Congress that Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, and so did other nuclear regulatory agencies, said Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, but Trump went ahead and bombed them anyway.
And then asked Tulsi to resign and made it be an excuse that it was because of her husband's cancer. Oh, by the way, everyone's getting cancer, and that's a whole nother issue. But yeah, cleaning up the mess. People forget. Great for her to bring that up, to remind everybody about the timeline.
Well, this cost Americans approximately $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions that we need for our country's defense. But let's add on to that. What else did it do? You know what it did? It drove the cost of gasoline that hurt the average American citizen, drove it to over $4.50 a gallon, drove diesel up close to $6 a gallon, and much higher prices if you live in states like California. So not only have Americans already paid the price at the pump, also including inflation went up. We've been paying $2 billion a day for Trump's war in Iran and Israel's war in Iran. And now we're getting told that we may have to pay an additional $300 billion to rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu decided to bomb. This is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, well said. And by the way, she's talking to the entire multiple demographics that are listening to her. And that's why she's steering it towards the obvious stuff that you don't even have to talk to an anti-war group to get all these bullet points, right? But if we go further, we would say, the money for all of these weapons, we need to go a different direction there altogether. But she's just saying from an economic point of view, it doesn't make sense. And this is a nonpartisan issue at this point. This is an obvious issue, and you could unite people around that, which she's doing very well in these bullet points. So good for her for doing that. Let's look at the rest of these things just for shits and giggles, guys. Come on, right? So we got the 300 billion. All right. Everyone's going to be happy about that. And then what do we have? Well, 60 days of negotiations to reach a final agreement based on nuclear issues. So again, guys, we're not even close to anything. You're going to see some crazy, stupid ceremony on Friday. It's not real because we still have 60 days of this shit. Negotiating a final agreement. When does those 60 days start? On Saturday? I'm confused on the timeline, but we'll keep looking at that one. But okay. Lifting, so complete the lifting of the primary and secondary U.S. sanctions. So there's a timeline of lifting sanctions that we've never lifted before. This is the first. So the previous presidents have not done this. Just to be absolutely clear, Trump is in this echelon of responsibilities that we have to uphold. These are things that we've never had to do before. So if we do these things, which we're not, by the way, this is not going to happen. But if it does, he would actually be able to say, you know what, I did end up being anti-war after all. I did end up being the one president that could do it. But he's not. None of this is going to actually happen. But okay, let's humor the rest of it. Okay, so 9, Iran's reiteration of its commitment under the NPT not to produce nuclear weapons. Reiteration. That means they already had it. It's already a thing. That's number 9 is the only thing on this entire list of 14 points where Iran has to actually do something that from the outside looks like they don't want to do, but they have to concede to it. Guess what? They already had this. It's just a reiteration. Oh, you want us to revise that thing we already did? We've already done that. We did that with Obama. You destroyed that one. You said Obama was too weak. Even though we already did it, we'll do it again. Fine. Great. Easy. Done. 10. During the negotiation period, the U.S. is committed not to add to its forces in the region and to not impose any new sanctions. So no more of the thing you're supposed to stop and undo now. You can't do more of it. Okay, that's duh. If you have to stop the thing now, you can't also do more, but it needs to be in there. Fine. Then you got to release the frozen funds. So we went in there. We not only bombed the shit out of them, stole all their shit. We also froze their accounts. And Trump bragged about that, how they can't get into their bank accounts. Ha, 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 ha. So during these 60 days, they have to release these funds. So we can't destroy them economically, financially with their money. We can't do that. So that's on us. Again, another one that we have to do, not them. 12, we have to put a mechanism into place to implement the agreement. In other words, there isn't even a mechanism now. So you have to form that. The formation of a supervisory mechanism. We don't have that. So none of this is just a tweet. Guys, it's just a tweet. This is nothing to celebrate. But at least it's acknowledging we don't have this thing. We don't have a mechanism yet. We need to get it. We need to recruit one. Maybe they could put a job posting on Craigslist or something and just say, hey, anybody out there, do you have looking for M or F with at least 2 years experience with a background in supervisory formation of a mechanism to implement agreements. So you've done this so we're going to be conducting interviews. We need to get this done in the next 60 days. So send us your resume. We'll set up a Zoom. You should probably do that on some job listings. 13, the final agreement will be approved through the UN Security Council resolution. So it won't even, it has obviously hasn't even got, it doesn't exist. There is no final agreement. Or they're talking about the one for Friday. So that one, the MOU, which is still not a final deal. It's just an MOU. That needs to be approved through a UN Security Council. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen here. And the very final one, number 14, the final negotiations. This isn't the 60 days. will not begin. Well, there's our clock. So the clock doesn't start. The 60 days haven't started. You can do all the celebrating and ceremonies you want on Friday, but we're not actually starting that 60-day clock until at least half of Iran's funds are released. So that's the first thing we have to do. And the oil sanctions are suspended, which again, we've never done ever. This is a lot on us. And this is why JD Vance is telling the audience there that watch out, people are going to say we screwed ourselves on this. Final agreement will be limited only to the fate of the enriched materials and enrichment, sanctions relief, and the program for rebuilding Iran's economy. Discussions about Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups have been definitively removed from the agenda. What? Wow. One last salt on the wound for the American, U.S., and Israel empire with that last one. Wow. So that's not even in discussion. Well, good job, Mr. Trump. Good job. But again, none of this is going to happen. This is just out there, and they're going to have to do some major damage control. That's not the last question that's going to be asked towards his administration and towards Trump. He's going to have to do major damage control on that. In the meantime, and we do call this World War III watch for a reason, we got Ben Gvir saying this garbage. No. I demand that the prime minister allow IDF soldiers, again, back to number one, to continue to defend themselves in the state of Israel. By doing what? Well, we must continue to demolish the homes in southern Lebanon. We must continue to keep the residents of southern Lebanon away. We must continue to eliminate Hezbollah terrorists, which is everybody in South Lebanon. We don't give an F who they are, where they are. We were going to take care of all of them. Every drone, every missile, every sheet that is launched at us that is terrible. We need to respond by murdering every one of them unequivocally, and also to respond with rejection of this deal, because we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. So there we are. That's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. All right, guys. I think we, I'm going to grab one more story here, and then we're going to bring Jay in here in a second. But let me do this. I'm going to grab one more story because we have a lot. Yeah, we got a lot to get to. I got to do that. We're going to still got the UFC story. I'm going to do this one. Let's cover this LAP. If you guys didn't know, and you may have seen this in the title already today when you looked at the the episode title. We're talking about the LAPD. They're pretty bad. We know that they are trained just like NYPD, Chicago PD. They're all trained by the IDF. So we know they do pretty horrible things, and they're trained to. These aren't bad apples. They're trained to. Well, the latest incident we saw right here in LA, latest horrible incident purposely committed by the LAPD, was murdering a dog in cold blood right after the New York Knicks wins the finals against the Spurs. Here's what happened.
I don't understand what happened. I don't understand why he had to get shot. I don't get it. He didn't do anything.
Marie is a nurse, originally from New York. While Marie was celebrating the Knicks' victory, a neighbor called 911 saying she heard loud voices, possible arguing between two women, and it could be domestic violence. So the LAPD was dispatched to this location.
I'm like, oh no, it's just me. And then they saw Jameson, and they're like, put the dog away. The one officer, put the dog away, put your dog back, put your dog. I was like, okay, yeah, no problem.
But as Marie was trying to put Jameson away, she says he snuck outside and walked toward an officer.
And then next thing I know, Jameson's lying on the ground. But Jameson wasn't baring teeth. He wasn't growling. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't barking. He was just moving towards the officer.
Such a good dog.
Oh my God.
Neighbors who knew Jameson were furious.
What is the purpose of all of you?
Hey, good job. This is what we pay for. Amazing work, guys.
He's my baby. He's my baby. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't make sense of anything. I don't get it.
Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
Pretty sad. Pretty sad story. Here's a breakdown. So, from Anonymous. So, LAPD kills her dog. He was wearing his Knicks jersey. Wow. Because she's from New York. She's a Knicks fan. She's in LA. She gets excited. The final game, game 5. Knicks win. His name was Jameson, a golden doodle, one of the sweetest, most gentle breeds alive. A neighbor called a noise complaint. That's it. 20 freaking officers plus more than 20 officers show up. Then a helicopter. We have them flying around here all day long, guys. All day long. They love to just fly around and harass people in the neighborhood. It's patrolling the enemy territory. That's the training. I talked to you guys about that. The training from the IDF is you don't, and this is why in these big municipalities like LA and Chicago and New York, they're set up to go and police other towns and cities that they don't live in because it's an enemy territory mindset. So you go into combat mode constantly, ready to draw and fire on the enemy. And so that's the train. That's how it works. So they're not protecting their own. This apartment complex is not. None of the 20 plus officers that show up. None of them have that sense of this is my home. This is my neighborhood. These are my neighbors. And that's on purpose. That's the way it's designed. And that's the training we get from the IDF. So what could possibly go wrong? Well, they shoot him dead. They shoot Jameson dead right in front of his owner, in front of her child. No warning. No I'm sorry, guys. De-escalation is the last thing they're ever taught in the force. The last thing. It's not in the training. It's the opposite. It's escalation. Nothing. The media is barely covering it. Now, good, she got a little interview there. But there's people don't know this out here. That's why we're covering it. No outrage, like it never happened. If this was your dog, your child watching, how would you feel? Jameson deserved better. That little boy deserved better. His mama deserved better. Here's the aftermath, a neighbor shot right after it happened. And this one's a little even harder to watch, guys. So just a warning.
Dog. Oh my God! What the fuck? Oh no!
The Calvary for this.
I can't.
Instead of you guys kill the dog and there's fucking drug dealers and shit outside, why don't you shoot those motherfuckers?
The Knicks just won the championship. We were just so happy. We were just celebrating the Knicks.
Instead of fucking getting a fucking piece of shit outside, you kill a fucking dog.
Oh God, Jeremiah! Why? Unnecessary.
Wow, where is this shit out?
What is the purpose of all of you?
Hey, good job. This is what we pay for. Amazing work, guys.
Oh my God,
Good shit.
Oh my God. Seriously?
What the
For a dog?
This is fucking pathetic.
Are you serious?
When there's fucking drug dealers, people stabbing each other outside for a fucking dog.
This is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely crazy. We didn't do anything. Oh my God, Jameson, no! Oh!
And here comes one officer finally comes up to have some sort of interaction. While the rest of them are standing there like pieces of shit, doing nothing. Let's see what words he chooses here. Oh, there it is. Sorry for your loss. Wow. Could you imagine the murderer of your dog or child or saying sorry for your loss? You just did it. You don't say sorry. Wow. The audacity. The audacity. Sorry for your loss from the person who murdered you. And everybody there is guilty. Every single one of them. The only only officer standing there that's not guilty of this crime is one that takes their badge and gun off, slams it down, and says, "I'm out, bitches." They have to do it like this. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out. That's it. But obviously that didn't happen. They're all guilty. Every freaking one of them is guilty. Here's another video I want you to see of Jameson, because this is, I mean, we're focusing on this one, but it symbolizes something far more sinister and great. This is not an accident, guys. Just remember that. This is not an accident. So I guess this is right where he was killed, right on that balcony. There's the little tribute set. And of course, well, guess what? We need to have a GoFundMe. Why do we need a GoFundMe? Well, that's the state we live. That's our economic disaster state we live in, where any emergency that happens, we need to set up GoFundMe accounts for any medical emergency, any horrific incident that involves the murderous police department murdering one of your pets. You have to set up a GoFundMe. So if you guys, want to go there and check it out and help if you can, that'd be cool. But that's how we live here. We have to set up, if you have a any sort of emergency, you're one, what is the line? You're one medical emergency away from bankruptcy. So that's why you got to do a GoFundMe. So there you go. And then we'll end it with this one. This is I found this meme. This is a good meme. And I've never been an eye for an eye type of person, and I don't think this qualifies as that. This is just something that everybody should take to heart. May life treat you the way you treat animals. So this is not tit for tat, eye for an eye. This is, you can decide what kind of life you want to live by the way you treat animals. That's all. We'll leave it at that. And yeah, the LAPD, they love killing people and they love killing animals. And none of them are quitting. They're all going to stay on the force, and they're showing up for their next assignment, which might be going back to Israel to get more training on how to do even better with the next animal they're going to murder. All right, we are good on that, and I think we're ready. Let's move on with the show, guys. Let's switch gears here, and we're going to go ahead and bring in our co-host. Let's get Jay in here right now. Here we go. Welcome. Here you are. Hey, Jay, how you doing?
What's going on, Matt? I'm good, man. Good to be back. Yeah, how you doing, man?
Good, man. So much going on, man. I was, dude, like, just scrolling through the news feed. It's. I mean, we say this, right? We talk about we have to go faster than we did. Every year it feels like it's faster and faster. So much to go through, so much to cover, and it all seems to be connected. And you don't feel like we can just cover one story. You gotta go through everything, because it's all important, and it's moving so fast. Someone's got to do it, right? And I think that's why we're here. And I appreciate all your hard work on your end, and just showing up and doing the best we can with the time we have. So
Oh, for sure, man. And but it's a passion of mine, man. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy keeping up with stuff, man. So the show is like a little bit of a relief for me. It's kind of tricky jumping back and forth between my day, but love coming on here, giving my little analysis, throwing my 2 cents in there, and hopefully we can inspire some more people to do the same. So whether that's starting up their own shows or actually getting involved, and that's like the real goal. I just want more people to be involved and to care. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. So.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. And before we dive into the stories, we saw the New York Knicks did end up winning, right? And I know I might have shook you up a little bit with my little analysis of New York around the Knicks, but I'm sure you were at least happy that they won. The players themselves, you know, they
I mean, I'm a Heat fan, so you know, like I was kind of rooting for the Spurs, to be honest with you, because I live over here in Texas. But I'm not gonna hate on the Knicks. I can appreciate good basketball. You know, that shot that the tip-in Buddy made at the end of Game 5 and all that, like, you know, that was definitely, you know, one to go down in NBA Finals history. So, and I can't hate on the fact that they made that many comebacks. So I give the Knicks all their respect. You know, Patrick Ewing was a great player. He happened to be Jamaican. I'm of Jamaican descent, so I bought some Patrick Ewing shoes with the Jamaican colors. So I'll show a little love, but I was kind of rooting a little bit more for the Spurs. But no dog in this race. I just hope they enjoy it while they can, because after the Heat get Giannis, you know, we're coming for him. So
right. Well, that sounds like it might be the #1 location. But hey, just to wrap a bow up on this series and move on, because you guys know, watching, you guys know we've done a lot of coverage about what's wrong with New York outside of Madison Square Garden. The fact that it cost $7,000 even to get into the building. We got all the Zionists in there. We got the Jerry Seinfeld saying Palestine doesn't exist. We got a lot of crazy violence going on outside. A lot of, whether they win or lose, they're destroying things. They're destroying, you know, taxi cabs. They're throwing shit. They're stealing jerseys of Spurs players. They knocked Wemby in the back of the head with an egg. I guess he got egged at his own hotel after the Knicks won. So there's a whole list of stuff. I just want to put a bow on this with one more I found here, and this is because we're doing the World Cup right now. And, you know, Japan is always known. I'm going to put this up because somebody cut this video of the way Japan sports fans behave versus New York Knicks fans. And it's very interesting because this was Japan, how their audience, and this is in our country. This is not just in their country. They do this in our country. They beat or I guess it was a draw. They played the Netherlands to a 2-2 draw. And after the game, the fans stayed back and they cleaned up every single piece of trash from their section. This happened in Dallas, right? Wow. And next to that, at the same timeline, we know how New York Knicks fans behave when their game ends. And this is their own place. This is in New York, in their own garden, as they say, versus Japan. So check this out. And it's a little something we need to maybe look at and say, why is this so different? There's trash cleanup. Wait, I see a lot more trash on the right there. I guess they're not going for that. Maybe they'll get it later. Maybe they're doing other things, right?
I don't even understand. How does that celebrating a win? Like, even in Miami, we were not that bad, bro. Like, listen, when the Heat won the championship, like back in 2012. I went out to the club, and I actually was at the same club that LeBron and Wade and Bosh went to after they beat the Spurs back in, I want to say, 2011, 2012, one of those years. And I had a great time. There was none of that rioting and shit, you know, like happening in Miami. And, you know, like I don't know what's going on in New York, man. It's cold. I think the cold drives them a little bit crazy, but Japan ain't a warm place either. You know, that's pretty far north too. So I don't even know if you could blame it on that. But jokes aside, one thing people don't realize is in school in Japan, they actually make it the job of the kids to keep the school clean. And that may sound like child labor, or it may sound like kind of mean or something like that. But what it does is it teaches kids from a very young age, like a sense of responsibility. Like, it teaches them that they have to care about the environment around them. And whatever they throw on the floor is something, you know, either them or their friends are going to have to pick up later. So you develop empathy. You don't treat janitors like shit because, like, you understand that someone has to do this job. So you carry yourself a different way when you have that sense of responsibility. So, you know, there's a ton of great things about Japan. It's a place I always wanted to visit. So, you know, props to them for putting their best foot forward, no matter where they are. And the fact that they're doing that in Dallas, not even in their own country, you know, it shows you that they take that attitude, you know, wherever they go. But I will say, New York is not a great representation of America, because when the Heat won, we did not act like that, bro. Like, how is that even celebrating? Trashing your own city and rioting and fighting people? How is that celebrating? You're supposed to be happy, man. Like, come on, man. But anyway.
Yeah, it's is it a coincidence that underneath all that rioting and trashing, that there's these underground tunnels that are apparently schoolgirls are getting lost?
They're beaming anger waves up from the tunnels or something like that. Yeah. It's the space lasers and the tunnels. Like, it's both up.
Well, I'm just saying, it's totally normal to have underground tunnels, and it's totally normal for 71 schoolgirls to get lost and be found and nothing to see here, folks, under the same streets that are being torn apart. And also, let's not forget the Nazi Israel flag Nazi rally, which also happened. And when I say that, I literally mean the Israeli flag is, and I'm not the one that said it first. There's a lot of people saying this is the new Nazi flag, because it's a supremacist gathering, and you got, you know, the Schumers there and everybody else. And if you don't show up, you're anti-Semitic for not showing up, like Mandami. But man, that's happening also on those same streets. So there's a lot going on there. So finals are over. We're done with that. But I'm just seeing there's a lot of stuff there. And I think it all might be connected. But hey, those Japan fans, man, that's quite a sight. That's quite a sight.
Yeah, anyways, they carry themselves a different way. You got to hand it to them, man. You know, they have a lot of respect for the environment. So you got to hand it to them, jokes aside.
Dude,
so
they're in a different country. They're in a foreign country in Dallas, and they're cleaning up the stadium when they're done watching their game, which they tied. So they didn't even get a win or a loss. They still said, hey, this is the right thing to do. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And, you know, like great people, great food too, man. There's a Japanese vegan restaurant over here in Austin. You know, we go to. It's actually one of my favorite spots. So, you know, I enjoy the flavors. So a lot of good things about Japan. I know a lot of people love anime. I haven't gotten into it like that personally, but you got to hand it to them, man. You know, they're good people. So yeah. Got to hand it to them.
Yeah. Well, let's do a couple super chats came in on this discussion. So, hey, thanks for it, Chris. Ghostbusters 2, but with with Israel tunnels. Yes, the Ghostbuster 2 tunnels. That's right. I remember that one. That was the last good Ghostbuster film, I think. Got to go back to
watch that again. I don't remember. So,
but they had a whole thing with us, and then I think the Statue of Liberty comes to life at the end, and because of the ghosts, or I forget. But they had to try to outdo themselves, because the first one was like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. So like, well, let's have the Statue of Liberty come to life or something, or the Titanic pulled up or something, and it was like the ghosts of the Titanic arrived in New York or whatever. Okay.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
Okay, that's it. Yeah. Okay. One more super chat. Thank you for this, Deep Green. I'm a native New York fan. Those fans don't represent us trashing and writing go New York, go New York, go. Also supporting Team Melli of Iran. Yes. Well, that's great. I mean, and good to point that out. And I do think, yes, those ones in the streets were ones that couldn't get into the building, right? That's what I think there is a separation of class. And I think the people that are behaving that way I think they're fed up and they've had enough, and you can't justify that behavior. But yes, there certainly is a divide. And I'll say one more thing about the commentary I heard about what happened inside the building. I think after Game 4, that was the last one that was played in the Madison Square Garden. There was this whole like sense of, oh my God, the city's come so far, and all this. It was such a beautiful feeling, but it was such a beautiful feeling shared by elites that were in this little kind of protective bubble, you know. And so you got to make that distinction of what's happening inside and what's happening outside.
Well, yeah. Also, really quick, I don't want to be too hard on New York fans, because you know, if you look at how they act after football games, you know, like in the UK, France, and in Europe, like, you know, they trash their places too. They set shit on fire, you know, but usually they get pissed off when they lose. So, you know, like, I guess it's still a little bit surprising. So yeah, we don't want to paint all Knicks fans, you know, with a brush, and but you know, like, there were some people wilding out. So appreciate that, Deep Green.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put one more. We'll do some more later, but just one more from Citizen, because this I think leads a little bit into our top story here with you, Jay. Citizen says Jay's right. Skull and Bones, Bilderberg, they're all linked. Bohemian Grove. Only reason mainstream media hypes antiseptics, PDFs, as we know what that means, and use juice, right? We're just drinking juice as curtain to hide identities. Chosen, what is this? Chosen, oh, I think he's doing a
bottom of pyramid, yeah.
Chosen bottom, okay, yeah.
He's talking about the pyramid of power,
yes.
Yeah, and he's saying like, you know, the Zionists are the ones like, you know, at the bottom there. And yeah, I don't know the order, but like I agree. I tend to think, you know, they're kind of the front men and the ones who are supposed to take the blame for what's going on. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, appreciate that, Citizen. Good call out, and I think you're gonna like this next segment. So,
all right. Well, we've been talking about this Iran deal. We covered a little earlier on the show on World War III Watch. I'm looking for even more of a deep dive here, and Jay, that's why I'm glad we're looking into this today. So, the question out there is who's really in charge, right? Is U.S., Iran? Who's calling the shots? Israel? Who's calling the shots here? Well, let's start with this because you tweeted this out. So let's walk us through this you put out here after that deal dropped.
Yeah, so you know, a lot of people point out disproportionate, you know, power in the hands of, you know, a small percentage of the population, and that's certainly fair. If you want to talk about money flows in corporations, I think it's good, you know, like to look at patterns. But political power does mean something. You know, you can do things when you're in office. Presidents have executive power. So I think this is another angle, you know, that we should look at too. So in this tweet, you know, I just pointed out, fun fact of the day, that 17 out of the 45 unique presidents we have, which is about 37.8%, about 36% of VPs, and nearly 24% of all cabinet members in the presidential candidate in American history have been Freemasons.
Wow.
So Freemasons make up roughly 0.25% of the U.S. population, and Jews make up about 4%, you know, like of the U.S. population. So again, if you're tuning into the show for the first time, Freemasonry is an offshoot of the Knights Templar, and they rose to prominence by occupying the same land that Israel sits on today. And if you look at the origins of Zionism, it actually goes back to the same place that that the Knights Templars founded, which is over in Switzerland. So we can skip that part because we got a lot to get to. I just summarized everything with that, so you guys get the gist. So my point by bringing that up is to highlight that, you know, while Zionism needs to be talked about, we should also look at the root of it. And the first Zionist Congress happened in Basel, Switzerland, and that happens to be the same place where the Bank for International Settlements is located, and a lot of money is hidden. So the next clip, the one that you just pulled up just now, there's a video clip at the end. I'll read it. I'll read this, and then we can listen to his words, you know, exactly. But this is the former late leader of Hezbollah, who was killed, I believe it was either last year or the year before, by Israel. So the late Hassan Nasrallah dropped a truth bomb that still triggers people. It's not Israel controlling America, America controls Israel.
Yeah.
Forget the lazy Zionist lobby runs Washington cold. Nasrallah called it straight. The real power sits in U.S. corporate boardrooms and evangelical Christian Zionist circles, not Tel Aviv. Israel isn't the puppet master, it's the outpost, the forward base, the expensive, heavily armed extension of power in the region. Just like it was once Britain's tool, it's now Washington's. The senior partner makes the calls. So, yeah, and the junior partner does the heavy lifting and takes the blame. That flips the entire script most people in the Arab world and plenty in the West have been running with for decades. So the only caveat I would add on that is, you know, he's talking about Christian Zionists. And again, I think we need to go the next level up, because who put that idea into Christian Zionist heads? And that's why I keep talking about these secret societies like the Freemasons, who founded, you know, the Mormons. We did a great deep dive deep dive on them, last show, and they happen to be the wealthiest church in America and the biggest backers, of Zionism. So I'll read out the subtitles so you guys can hear exactly what Nasrallah said about this topic. So if Israel targets Iran, even by itself, America will be held accountable for this. There is a misconception prevalent in the Arab world regarding Israel-U.S. relations. We keep repeating the lie about the Zionist lobby. The Jews rule America and are the real decision makers, and so on. And so on. No, America itself is a decision maker. In America, you have major corporations, you have a trinity of the oil companies, the weapons industry, and the so-called Christian Zionism. The decision-making is in the hands of this alliance. Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British, and now it's a tool in the hands of America. So,
before you go on, I want to be clear. I appreciate all the work, the deep dive into Freemasonry, and like we know the British Empire history. We know, the Mormon relationship there, and how the same deriving from the same thing at the same time. So we've seen the timeline. We've seen all of it, and I'm all for that. What I don't understand here, and maybe you can help explain this to me and the audience, because I've had this debate with Craig Pasta on the show several times,
sure.
And I think he would lean more in this direction. I'm skeptical to believe that America itself can call the shots, where I do believe there is a mechanism behind Israel and behind us. But to say that we're calling the shots makes no sense, because why would you have to spend so much effort and money and time infiltrating us if we're the ones that are controlling? Wouldn't we be the ones infiltrating them? Why do we have to have all the legislation here? Why do all of our congressmen have to have all of these Israeli flags on their door? They can't answer a simple question of who do you work for, and then all of these spies, the spying, and back to the legislation. You wouldn't have to put legislation into play if you're the entity controlling everything, versus you're doing it on behalf of someone else. And again, I think there's a mechanism behind the entire thing, which sounds like it goes right to Freemasonry. But for him to say this, I don't see the proof of that, because it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like how are we controlling the thing that has infected us?
Yeah. So I have a nuanced answer to your question. At the core, I believe that you're right. At the core, from what I'm understanding, you're suggesting is that we're both kind of controlled by the same forces, and I would agree with that. But what I would say is that force is not really that loyal to Israel. And Israel is essentially the enforcement mechanism and the frontman for this organization. So if you want to run an intimidation campaign to make sure that people bend to your will, then you do need to have, some form of public front, like to this organization. So the more attention you can put on this one specific group, the easier it's going to be to have people talking about them. Because the truth is, Matt, if you were to go back, 20 to 30 years, more of the conversation when we start talking about who controls America, if you talk to quote unquote conspiracy theorists, most people would start talking about the quote unquote Illuminati and Freemasons and that stuff like that. But over the past decade or two, especially over the last few years, they've nearly dropped out of the conversation. Like, as things get worse, like more Israel and Zionism takes up more and more, of the public spotlight. And, that's why I'm looking forward to doing this segment, because I do think that the person who we're about to, read from, Simon Dixon, I think he's right in the long run. But I think he has the timing off on it. He seems to believe that, the war is not really going to escalate anymore and it's going to be over pretty soon. And I disagree with him on that, but I do think there's a power shift. So to answer your question directly, I think it's intentional because it's an easy money trail to follow. If you pay a little bit of attention, it looks like it's all going back to the Zionists. So we keep talking about the Zionists, and you really have to do these deep dives to figure out if there were forces behind Zionism. And when you go back to the start of the political Zionist movement, that goes back to the Rothschilds, who rose to power through guarding the money of the Vatican. So the next question is, who runs the Vatican? The Pope himself is guarded by the Swiss Guard. If we know that the Templars run Switzerland and they also guard the Pope, if you're in charge of someone's security, you probably have some influence over them. So like, I don't know if the Vatican or the Knights Templar is more powerful, but I know the networks are all kind of tied in. And it feels like, the Zionists are frontmen, and the fall guys, for that organization. And these ties, like, they didn't just start like recently. They really started, they ramped up heavily during the Crusades, and they were there before that too. So it takes a lot of knowledge of history to really understand like the root of it. And I'm still learning it myself. I'm not going to say I'm an expert, but if I look at how criminals usually operate, they want frontmen if they can get them. Like again, I go back to The Godfather. The guys who really wanted to sell drugs, the mafia family that really wanted to do it, they didn't do it openly. They pushed the Tataligas, the Tataligas to do it for them. So I think the Zionists and the Jews are the frontmen for this larger organization. And it's so easy for us to follow these money trails, and it keeps us talking about them instead of the secret societies at the top. And again, if you look at who founded the country, Freemasons, man, Knights Templars. And like, you literally could not get an official state in America unless you had a Freemason lodge located there. So on top of the founders, even the states were all based on whether or not there was a Freemason lodge, located there. So I think, it's something we don't talk about as much, and that's on purpose.
Yeah. So this clip, if people haven't heard, this has been said before, but I guess this is very recent. This is in his latest sit down. Trump is going to tell us that there is no Israel without the U.S. A common line we've heard several times. This is how you defend America first, because it's our obligation to keep Israel from existing. Well, okay, or for not being wiped out. Here it is.
Relationship. Without us, without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to.
The prince. Yeah, so really, I think that's important that he's saying that, because again, if it wasn't for our unconditional support, Israel simply would not exist. So I find it hard to believe that they control us when they wouldn't exist without us. And of course, we can talk about the money flows and all that, but again, a lot of it.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about money flow.
Yeah, and
right?
A lot of it, when you really trace it back, a lot of it does go to oligarchs and dark money that's based in Switzerland. That's why if there's one thing Swiss wealth is known for, it's the secrecy. You don't know who's there. And if you really run the world, wouldn't it be easier to do it if people didn't know who you are and couldn't ask you questions and couldn't pressure you? So, that's why I think, it's an important distinction. And again, if you look at the tone, Trump is taking right now, it seems like, and I guess I'll kind of kill the lead a little bit here. What I think is going to happen is we are going to escalate with Iran, and the deal won't hold. I watched your analysis in the last segment, and I do agree with that. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. But I do expect the Greater Israel Project to fail. I expect us to lose this war. And then at the other end of it, I expect power to shift, global power to shift more east, and then America to focus more on the Western Hemisphere. So, but yeah, as we go into this, it's going to be blamed on Israel, and then that'll be kind of the thing that shuts off, our support for Israel, because it's going to, all of our foreign policy over the past few years is essentially going to be blamed on them. And these powers that I'm talking about that are based in Switzerland, they don't have any loyalty to America either. Like they're investing in China. Like that's why, we opened up relations with China, because these same people are also making money in China too. So they realize that eventually people are going to figure out the game and they're going to need to move on to someone else. So I expect them to ditch America or not worry about us as much and to focus more on the East, because China does have, a lot of the instruments that they're looking for, in their surveillance dystopia already in play. They've already approved the brain chips over there. So there's a lot of things about the New World Order that China is moving ahead with.
Okay, so let's get back to the 14-point plan. We did cover this earlier. We went into it. We kind of went into a deep dive earlier, but for those that didn't see that segment, RT did put this even more of a bullet point together.
Did you see the other video of Trump talking about
so we're going to walk it through. We're going to walk it through. I have a longer clip of that, Jay, that I saved. I actually saved from the previous segment because I knew you wanted to get to that. So we'll talk about the Syria factor in a second, but just to sum it up so people know, these are the bullet points coming out. We need people to understand that they're hearing all this stuff about Friday, big celebration, big ceremony. Even if it happens, which I'm not saying it won't, but it's just funny that there's still 3 or 4 things that have to happen before that ceremony occurs, and Trump's already saying this shit's locked. We got this. Okay, so let's say you do your little ceremony. That's just to sign an MOU, which is the memorandum of understanding, which is not actually a deal. So we are so far. Then we have to figure out how to get a 60-day clock started. That has to go through before an actual deal. So nothing's even going yet. But this is the basic breakdown from that MOU that theoretically should be signed on Friday, which involves all these different steps. There's no way, and there's nothing on here that really is hard for Iran to do. They can do all of these things. They just have to. The one about, is it on here? We went through the 14. I don't know if I see it here. We got all the stuff we have to do. We have to withdraw troops. We have to take a blockade off. We have to withdraw troops. We have to suspend sanctions, which we've never done. We have to give them $300 billion. That's like, are you kidding? That's like, and to have to go and do damage control for that with your Trump base right now, that's funny that they have to go parade around and do that. So we have to give them their assets back that we froze, all the finances that we froze. And then if a certain amount of things happen, then a 60-day clock starts. And then the last one's really hilarious because we're not even going to discuss. That's been definitively left off. Any sort of Iran engaging with any sort of resistance groups, that's not even going to be discussed, and that's done. That's final. So this is crazy. And so when you look at this, and the one that's not on, that RT missed on this, is the one about, Lebanon isn't mentioned here. So that when it says war ends on all fronts, that includes Lebanon. Very clearly it does. And that's the very first point. So to be clear about that, Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir have said very clearly, Ben-Gvir even more clearly than Netanyahu, that ain't going to happen. We are going to continue to bomb, to destroy, to ethnic cleanse as much land as we can, as many people in Lebanon, and call them Hezbollah. We're going to continue to do that. That's already been said. Okay. So Fiorella tweeted this out before Trump did his press conference. I think this is very interesting timing. She got this right. She put this out, and this is her and responding to Vanessa Beeley. They do a lot of good work together. So Vanessa says, the burning borders, will Jolini, Takfiri forces intervene in Lebanon? It's a good question. The Jolani strike force deployment contradicts statements that Lebanese sovereignty would be respected by Damascus. And Fiorella says, well, while some cheer for this deal, Lebanon continues getting pummeled. An area where few are looking is Syria. Israel's ploy to cut off Lebanon and surround it, all which ultimately does affect Iran, is in play via Jolini's forces. This is unfortunately far from over. So the idea is that there's a swap out where we pretend that we're going to force Netanyahu. Maybe you think this isn't pretend. Maybe this is actually forcing him into compliance, saying, no, you're done, dude. You got to get out of Lebanon, kicking and screaming. You're done. And that'll look really nice. It'll look really nice that Trump got to give an order. I don't buy it. It's an order from Trump. By the way, if that happens, if you actually get Netanyahu out, he already has Syria ready to go. And Jolini, let's remind people, Jolini is Al-Qaeda. That's who we put in charge of Syria. So here's Trump. He's going to break down how he thinks he's going to continue to have any sort of say in this thing, which apparently a lot of people think he's in charge here. I don't know where they're getting it from, but this is very convincing, and he's actually calling out Netanyahu. Again, it's just words, but listen to what he says about what Netanyahu is doing in Lebanon. And he said this after Fiorella and Vanessa tweeted this out. Check this out.
It can, and I consider that the minor war. The Iran's a big one, but we have that a little pinprick out there that constantly rears its head, and that's Hezbollah. And I was very responsible for Syria, and the man that's running Syria now is a person that I put there along with President Erdogan and some others. He's done an amazing job of pulling it together. He's not a Boy Scout, but he's done an amazing job of pulling it together. And he is very good with Hezbollah, does not like them. And I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah that I can.
That's like the most honest thing that's come out of that guy's mouth in a long time, man. Like, but it's so obvious. Obviously, what?
Yeah, and think about it.
Yeah.
He's saying that the head of Al-Qaeda, like the head chop in Al-Qaeda, is going to be better than Israel, and they're going to carry out the war against Hezbollah in a more humane way. Like, I mean, I don't really consider Israel that different from Al-Qaeda. I think it's kind of the same thing, but
but this is it's optics, and I think it's and I don't even think this is going to happen. But let's make an example of an analogy of that did happen in Biden's administration. So what happened in Biden? He was able to pull out of Afghanistan and move it right over to Ukraine. So it's like it's a little different, but it's an idea that it's optics. It looks like that we're ending this thing. So for Trump to say we're Netanyahu, you've been too harsh with these apartment complexes, and you should be being more like ICE and go up to particular doors and drag them out and throw them in vans. You should be more like ICE, like we do in Minneapolis. Don't just blow up the whole thing, which is obviously you don't like. Why has that been okay this whole time? Why have you've been blowing up apartment buildings the whole time, all throughout God? Like, that's not a new thing. So all of a sudden he says it. The reason he's saying it is because it's convenient, because he might be doing a switch up of Jolini, and Syria's going to take it from here. And like you said, Jay, they're going to do the same thing, but it looks like he made some improvement. Like, oh, we're going to get Netanyahu out of there. I actually don't think it's even going to work. I think Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir are going to say, F you, we're staying. But if they did go, it's just a switch up. And him saying this right now, Jay, it's like you're going to give us one little nugget of truth, finally, the thing that this is why we're in the streets for Palestine. This is the whole thing. You're blowing up apartment buildings. You're blowing up hospitals. You're blowing up churches. He finally said it, like this one. And then like, oh, look at Trump sticking it to Netanyahu. Right. I mean, let's hear the rest. Let's hear the rest of this. But he's saying maybe you don't want to blow up the entire apartment complex, Netanyahu.
I'll tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Is Netanyahu on board with
And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement that there was an attack. in Lebanon, in Beirut. It wasn't like in the southern side, and it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable, and he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for. He's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
Are you frustrated with Net?
That's kind of an admission, though, right? That Israel has been killing a bunch of civilians. So it's like the fact that he's saying that out loud does kind of indicate that a pivot is coming, in my opinion. I just don't think it's going to be right now. I do think it will eventually come, though. And this MOU, quote unquote, that's being signed, if you ask me why it's even come this far, and I do agree with you, it probably will be signed on Friday, why this is happening, it's because of the IPOs that we spoke about, right? SpaceX, Anthropic, and ChatGPT. They're all tied up in our economy, and a bunch of, the oligarchs have dumped their money into these organizations, and until they get a chance to offload that onto our retirement funds, they're still invested in it. So they got to cash out first. And then after they cash out, this Iran war can continue, because at that point, if the oil price goes through the roof and it tanks the whole stock market, they'll already have their cash and their gold on the side, and they won't still be tied up before these IPOs. So in my opinion, I think that could have something to do with it, because this is a lot of money like that we're talking about, not just with SpaceX, but Anthropic and ChatGPT. And we know that Iran multiple times has said they're going to start targeting Amazon, which affects a lot of the hosting and data centers for these AI companies. And they've said they're going to attack Elon Musk's assets, in the area. So if that was to happen before these people can offload their money, then they're going to be in a bad spot. So, I think this is something that we should be paying attention to, the timing of this and how it's so closely aligned with those IPOs.
Timing is everything. Let's get to that Simon Dixon analysis. As you mentioned earlier, he makes a case here for why the deal should be or would be, or he feels it will be upheld. It'll be holding. Yes. Okay.
I think this is the best case you could argue for why it will stick. So he says the narrative of a managed U.S.-Israel political divorce seems to now be engineered by the military-industrial complex ahead of what I believe will be a regime change operation in Israel later this year. I think he's right on that. I think you could see Netanyahu eventually go. That doesn't mean the next guy will be better, but he could go. For decades, political incentives were aligned around demonstrating ever closer ties. Now, those incentives appear to be shifting towards creating visible distance. That's why we're seeing Trump criticize Netanyahu openly. Trump and Netanyahu get to appear as though they are in charge, while the military-industrial complex and financial-industrial complex manage a transition toward a more multipolar world through reconstruction, investment, and infrastructure contracts. Expect increasing efforts to separate U.S. strategic interests from Israeli political decisions while preserving the underlying alliance through the technological industrial complex and financial industrial complex driven capital flows, mergers and acquisition activity, and deeper integration with the Gulf cooperation countries and BRICS capital. Watch the narrative. So he essentially believes, if
you want to sum up the rest, unless you want to keep.
Yeah, so he's essentially saying that he thinks that the Middle East will move to, instead of being dominated by America, it'll be a combination of America and BRICS interests along with the GCC that are all, cooperating. So it'll be, like a multipolar, like a security arrangement, specifically in the Middle East. So I do think after the war with Iran is done, that is likely to happen. But I disagree with him on the timing because, at this point, I think he underestimates, how much the people who run America would like to move, how quickly they would like to move forward with the surveillance dystopia and programmable stable coins. Now that we have the Clarity Act that's about to be passed, and the one that was passed last year, programmable stable coins are a thing. And once that goes live and people get poor because the dollar is inflated away through these endless wars, we'll be forced to accept the programmable stable coins that you can only spend at Walmart and Amazon and the other companies, where they can essentially control, what's given to us. So it'll kill small and medium-sized businesses in America, and it'll subjugate us, to the big campaign donors. So, and plus, I think it's about more than that. I do think they want to maintain a certain level of control, and they want to keep the Middle East in shambles, because I personally, this is another level of conspiracy for me, but I think there's history there that they don't want the world to find out about. So they do intentionally keep that part of the world in shambles. And, of course, aside from all that, which oil companies are making the most as this war is going on? It's American oil companies. Like, we have been exporting more oil than Russia, over the past few months. So don't underestimate, how much there are interest in not the American people, but don't underestimate how much there are interest in America who are profiting from this and will continue to profit. So I agree with Simon in the long run. I just think he has the timing off, and I think they have more to milk out of this situation, and they want to keep the world in shambles for a little longer, before they come to that peaceful situation in the Middle East.
Well, here's the other side of it, and let's sound with this. This is a flashback. DD Geopolitics they're always ahead on everything.
Mm-hmm.
This is an assessment from I guess last summer, August. If you want to read this one, this is the Great Trust.
So, welcome to the Great Trust. Gaza's future as imagined by U.S. planners, Israeli strategists, and Gulf investors. A corporate utopia built on ruins and wrapped in Abraham Accords buzzwords. But under the branding lies a brutal truth. Gaza is to be recolonized, monetized, and erased. This is not a reconstruction plan. This is a capitalist cleansing operation. A leaked document titled The Great Trust, short for Gaza Reconstruction, Economic Acceleration and Transformation, lays out the blueprint. It envisions a Gaza as a quote-unquote thriving trade hub, end quote, at the heart of the new Abrahamic regional order. But that vision only begins after Gaza is destroyed, Hamas is dismantled, and U.S. control is imposed through a quote-unquote multilateral trusteeship, end quote.
Yeah. So we covered this when this had leaked at the time, and it was before that where Trump got that whole. We signed this Gaza peace deal, which was basically setting the blueprint for how we're going to use it in other places in the world, right? The point is that a country exists on behalf of the venture capitalists that run it, not an actual government. So it's the investor pie that is coming in and saying we're going to control the functionality of this area, and Gaza is like the guinea pig for that. So is that so this coming up now shows that it sounds like we're still obviously that the blueprint for that's already the groundwork's already been laid. And that's happening now in these other regions. That's what's going to end up happening, or at least what they're trying to do when they're talking about taking more land in Lebanon, and that's why that's not going to stop. And we see what's happening in Syria, and of course this war in Iran and all those areas. That's what the blueprint is of the Great Trust, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like the Greater Israel Project could be implemented in several ways, right? It could be implemented by Israel literally taking over the land as they're trying to do in Lebanon. It could also be implemented by essentially having vassal countries surrounding Israel, right? And what if that region is under the control of the people, like who control Israel and America, even if it's not directly Israel itself? And Trump is already saying, we got Syria. Like, we already got them. Like, we put in our leader who's going to do exactly what we want. We know most of the other Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, most of them are pretty much U.S. puppets, like in control of the area. So you could argue that those forces kind of have control of that area already. So
they already have control of that area.
And when you think about the progress that's been made on that quote unquote great trust since it was announced, in November of 2025, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 2803, endorsing the 20-point plan, which includes the International Stabilization Force that we heard Trump talk about, that he's actually the permanent head of, even once he leaves office, which is pretty interesting.
That's right.
Yeah, the transitional
lifelong,
governance.
lifelong appointee.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So, the transitional governance and reconstruction elements. So the Great Trust is cited as helping guide and inform aspects, of the vision that the UN Security Council is moving. And then phase 2, by January 2026, of course, we have the Board of Peace, which is, again, another step in that direction. So they've already taken steps towards implementing that. And, that's why I don't believe like this war is going to come to an end. The only way the war comes to an end is if Iran just folds and, says, we don't care about Lebanon. We don't care about Gaza.
That's not going to happen.
Everything you want.
There's no
why
way.
Would they do that at this point?
There's no way. I just can't believe that they allowed a 14-point plan that looked like that made us look so bad, even though it's probably not even going to, none of that's going to even happen.
It's the IPOs, man.
The IPOs, yeah.
Because why else? I agree. You look at it and you're like, damn, after all this tough talk, we literally just gave them everything.
We're giving them everything and more. Everything Obama already had in place that Trump's been bashing on him all these years. Obama and his shitty plan. It's like, dude, you gave him even more. Nobody has lifted sanctions on Iran. Nobody has. So this theoretically, you'd be the first one doing that. We would applaud that. We would applaud that if it happened, but I don't think that's
exactly.
I don't think
think about that, Matt. $300 billion. $300 billion. Do you know how much money that is? Like, we just spent $700 billion bombing Iran, not $75 billion bombing Iran, and then we'll spend $300 billion building it up. I can't see it.
All right, after everything we went through, I'm glad we did a little deep dive here, and thanks you guys for being part of this, because we like to do this is what we do on the show. We like to go further than just the headline. So this is great. So my final assessment as of now, it can change later, but as of now, Freemasons are controlling it all. They set the whole thing up from the bottom up, from whatever. They got their hands puppeteering everything. We have been 100% occupied and captured by Israel. We can't get anything done. Trump is just a puppet, a mouthpiece, a stalling technique guy with all of his cronies around him. If they can't comply with what they need to do, they're out. The next guy comes in. And where we're at now, this peace deal will not, there's nothing about it that makes any sense. My final determination about it is it must be a humiliation ritual, because that's what it feels like they're all having to go through now, having to justify $300 billion, which we're not actually going to give them. But the fact that it's in there just shows me that we are the suckers. We've been played. We've been compromised. We've been occupied ourselves. Obviously, all the other countries around Israel have been occupied as well. And that's where we're at. So it'll go as long as they allow it to go. But Trump is going to probably end up taking the fall. At the end of the day, it's going to be the end of his legacy, and he might see it coming right now. That's actually the funny part. So hey, we can watch and see how it goes. But that's what I'm seeing. That's pretty much it.
I agree with pretty much everything. The only thing I would say is don't stop at the Freemasons, Matt. I want to give you some homework, bro. And to all the listeners, if you want to actually learn a little bit about the history here, just go watch a TV show hosted by the current Grandmaster of the Knights of the Templar, called Mystery of the Knights Templar, and it's on the network Gaia. You can get it on Amazon Prime, and he goes through how influential they've been in history, but he tries to downplay the connection to Switzerland. So start with that TV show and then dive a little deeper on the connection to Switzerland, and I think it'll all start to tie together for you guys too. So watch that show, man. Trust me, it's worth it. So
awesome. Okay. Yeah. Cool, man. That was a big one. We got through it. Let's move on. Let's get to actually. You know what? Let me throw up a couple of these. We had a few more super chats come in, and guys, we're gonna get to more of your comments as well later in the show. We're gonna do a little talking back with you, so that'll be fun. So keep the comments coming in. We do appreciate all the engagement. Let's see. We got another one from Chris. This is fun. I like this little Scarface reference. I'd go out Tony Montana style if they touch my dog. That's from the earlier one. I should have had this up earlier. We covered the LAPD and they're sick and twisted. They like to kill. They like to murder dogs. So yeah, I'm with you, Chris. I'm with you on the Tony Montana style. Absolutely. Let's see if we had a cut. This one is. We have a few. We'll get to a few more of these. Let's see. Here we go. Another one from Citizen. Same solution. Defund Israel. Epstein empire collapses. Yeah, the money, man. If who's in charge, the investor or the artist, as they say in Hollywood, right? Who's in charge? Well, mostly it's usually investors can have a lot of control of the things they put their money into, but in certain situations, the investor is the sucker. The investor is the one that's in for the long run. They can't get out. They have to keep writing checks, and that's when that artist becomes a diabolical, that's where you see some twisted shit when you see an invest. And so I think that's what we're at. We're at the place where we are the ones that are forced to continue writing checks for a project that never gets completed. Just to use some little Hollywood lingo, that means that you invested in a dud that's not gonna actually pay out. But you're in. You can't get out. You're already in. You have to see it through. So
and really quick, it's too unpopular, man. When America was being founded, there was a lot of momentum behind it. It's the new world. It's a free world. It's a new frontier. It's good values, and of course there was dark shit going on behind the scenes that we know about now, but that wasn't advertised. Israel's name is too bad. And there isn't enough Jews in the world to make the Greater Israel Project happen. So in my opinion, it's only a matter of time, but I think that area will fall. It's already a lot of it's under control of those people, but I think it will get more and more under the control of the people who control both America and Israel. So I feel sorry. Listen, if you're an Israeli citizen, you're probably not watching the show, but if you happen to be one and you are watching the show, you need to get out of there, bro. It's not gonna be good in the long run, man. So word of advice.
Yeah, and you probably can get out. You have means. You got plenty of
you're not from
unlimited taxpayer money to pay for you.
You're either from Eastern Europe or America or somewhere in Europe. If you were born in Israel, your parents are from there, and you can still get citizenship. So don't stay there. It's not going to work out in the long run.
Yeah,
that's what I would say. Or unless you are okay with living in Palestine, because I do expect it, to be a one-state solution. So if you see Arabs as equals to you and you see them as full people and you're willing to fight for their rights, then sure, stay there. But if not, you probably should, make some moves.
All right, moving on. Next story. It's a big one. Something's going on in the UK right now, and unfortunately, we'll let Starmer announce it himself. But this is the social media ban. Is now being implemented on all kids 16 and under or under 16 all throughout the UK. This is real, guys. This is happening here. He's going to tell us himself.
Because today is a big moment for our country. This is a big step, real change for our children and our future. Because today I can announce that the government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16.
Wow. He ain't joking around. So right away, the BBC did a little interview with some just under 16-year-olds. And this clip went viral because of one of the girls that was spoken to. But here's the initial reaction from the students themselves.
Your hands up, those of you who welcome the ban. Hands up for those who welcome the ban. So this just gives you an idea. I think it's pretty fair to say that most of these students there, 11 to 14, most are pretty disappointed with the ban. Let's just come over to you, Isabella. Tell me how you felt when you heard the Prime Minister say no more social media for you.
I didn't think it would actually happen. I kind of believed that he'd chicken out of it and give it more time or more consideration, but he seems pretty sure of it, and I'm not sure if I agree with him.
What are you most worried about?
Not being able to contact my friends. I don't know what will happen and how it will happen, or whether if there's some technicalities to what apps are restricted, but I use most of my social media to contact my parents and family.
So if we stopped it there, I might have actually bought that and been like, you know what? This is a danger to not have that communication be cut off. But unfortunately for her, the interview goes a little longer. Let's hear the rest of it. There's more to her social media than making sure that her mom knows she's safe. Let's just say, here we go.
I think it's worth reminding people, earlier we looked at screen time. What was your screen time over the weekend?
9 hours.
9 hours. So suddenly you're going to have a lot more time to fill. And what will you do?
Stare at a wall.
Oh, man.
Listen, man, I'm sorry, man. I don't buy that for one goddamn second. You have a telephone to call people, and you can send text messages. If you need to contact your parents and you're using Instagram to contact your parents, something is wrong there. So, I don't buy that shit for 1 second. You are not using Instagram to talk to your parents. I don't believe that.
So this was a setup. I'm telling you guys, the BBC set these kids up. That girl started out okay, but the truth came out. They threw all these kids under the bus. How many of you are full of this? And of course, none of them raise their hand, because who wants to have who the hell would want that? It sounds awful. Whatever lifestyle you're used to, none of those kids they've all incorporated into their lifestyle, right? So it's a problem. So no one's gonna raise their hand. So you go up to the girl that can articulate that first part, which safety. Which you're right, Jay. But you have the phone for that. We could contact. We had pay phones and pagers back in our day, but like. You could contact. You have a cell phone. You can contact. That's not so. By the way, cell phone doesn't equal social media, right?
Exactly.
Right. You still have your T-Mobile or your AT&T line, right? So
there are bare bones phones you can get that don't have all the social media and apps on it, where you can just call and text. And they can still have that. They're just saying no social media. So I do agree with that part, but it's the how. That they're getting there. That's important.
So this was I'm going to double down on this. This was a setup by the BBC to make it look like that they were getting the kid a fair and balanced, get the kid's reaction and why it's unfair, only to make them look totally foolish. Like, what do you like 9 hours? What are you going to do with those 9 hours? Stare at a wall. And so this will qualify Starmer that he's doing the right thing because he cares about the kids, and that's what this is about. But as you know, I know, and our audience knows, it's never about caring about kids. What the hell? What is it actually about? Well, here's a take that you guys might have seen coming from Power to the People. So adults can still access the social media through age checks like facial recognition. That's right, because you have to check who you are, like verify your age, your birthday, facial recognition, digital IDs, passports, and credit cards. And that's it. There you have it. It was never about protecting children. Age verification was always a Trojan horse to implement digital IDs, mass surveillance, and censorship of the internet. If Western governments cared about protecting children, it would arrest the child rapist in the Epstein files. So I don't buy it for a second that he's looking out for the kids. This is what this is. And I'm glad there's Power to the People and others are calling this out immediately. But make no mistake, that BBC segment that has gone viral is their job was to set these kids up to say, see, they need protecting. They clearly need protecting. Thank you, Starmer.
Yeah, exactly. So, like at the end of the day, I do agree that social media is toxic, for kids in particular. Like if you look at the effect that it has on girls in particular, it is really bad because it produces an unrealistic body image that they think they have to, live up to. It's toxic for children all around. So I do agree with that. However, there are plenty of other ways that you could get to that end goal without going about it like this. And speaking of digital IDs, again, I want everyone to remember the negative impacts that we associate with digital IDs are like that because of how centralized the data is stored and who has access to that data, who can turn it on and off, and your rights to that data. And I think that's a big part of the conversation that we're not actually having. And that's why I know I've mentioned it on the show before, but I think it's particularly relevant to keep bringing it up. That's why I put in that little, screenshot about how they've done digital IDs in
I got it right here. Let's go through it. Here it is.
Yeah, which I'd love for people to, understand. And before I read it, what I'm essentially going to point out is that decentralization of ownership of your digital footprint actually solves a lot of the issues that people associate with the surveillance dystopia that we would see from digital ID. So in Estonia, their digital ID system is decentralized primarily through the architecture, technology, and not a legal database. So they have something called X-Road over there. That's the interoperability layer. And it's secure peer-to-peer data exchange between independent databases and systems, public and private, no central hub or single repository. So organizations share data directly as needed while retaining control. So that means the government can't just come in and randomly access your data. In Estonia, doctors can't even access your medical records unless you personally give them permission to do so. If police want to access your records, you get notified. There's a trail, letting you know if you want to challenge it in court because you were wrongly accused of something or wrongly investigated. You can identify the exact person who went in to go access your data, and they have to justify why they did that. So distributed data storage, personal data lives in separate siloed databases owned by relevant agencies. So health records, population register, the once only principle allows verified data to be reused securely without duplication or central collection. So why that's important is because right now, Edward Snowden showed us like how much access NASA has, independent contractors have to each of our lives. And these people are not accountable. We don't know when they're doing it, and they can hire anyone like off the street to go do it. It's different in Estonia because they don't have access to all of people's information. They have to go through a lot more checks and balances if they want to get to it, and there's a lot clearer of a record. What Edward Snowden showed us is there's no accountability like in our current system. And that's exactly what's being built in the UK. There's no accountability for it. So the ID card and PKI cryptography, so citizen smart ID cards hold private keys generated on the chip. So authentication and digital signatures are user controlled and decentralized. No central authority holds the master keys. That means the government can't come in and just turn you off, just like that. So KSI blockchain for integrity anchors data hashes and tamper-proof distributed ledger, ensures records, including digital ID, cannot be altered retroactively with mathematical proof of authenticity and timestamps, and then data embassies and resilience. So critical data is duplicated in secure sovereign embassies stored abroad, adding geographic decentralization and protection against attacks. Right now, if someone was to hack the UK database, they could eliminate your records. If you went to protest, for example, against the UK's support of Israel, they could accidentally let a hacker come in and delete all your financial records, and now you have no money. And that isn't possible if the system is decentralized and you own your digital footprint. And one thing that wasn't mentioned in this screenshot is in Estonia, you own your digital footprint. You have the right to know how your data is shared and if it's shared. And so they lay the groundwork for monetizing your own data. And we need legislation in America that allows us to own our digital footprint. I think that's important because then we can decide whether or not we want Facebook and Google to make money off, marketing to us based on our digital footprint, and we could share in the revenue. Because guess what? If you believe in capitalism, we're the ones who create that revenue for Facebook and for Google, but we don't get to share in that. We are the product for Facebook and Google. If we had a decentralized ID and we owned our digital footprint, then maybe we would allow it, because maybe we do like some of the suggestions that, like Google gives to us from time to time. So we would share certain things, and then other things we shouldn't share. We wouldn't share. So I think there's a sensible way to do it if it's decentralized. But what the UK is doing is centralization. And that is the key problem in how they're going about the digital ID, in my opinion.
And it's not going to stop there. They're just the ones that are first at it. We're going to see more of this popping up, and I just think we need to be aware. It's so obvious to us, but I know a lot of people don't think this way. They think, oh, look, the government's trying to help kids. It's like, it's not. Like, we have to be better than that. And even Taylor Lorenz predicted this like years ago. Let's see, when was this? This was it was a year ago. It was months ago. Okay, months ago. She said the world wants to ban the world, not just UK. The world wants to ban children from social media, but there will be grave consequences. It's all about the age verification system, requiring to collect sensitive data to support the biometric information. In no time, the internet will become a fully surveilled digital proportion. What is that? I can't remember. The banner's in my way. Okay. Anyways, that we know what this is about. So let's not make any mistakes. Let's not fall for these little news stories about setting up these kids to make it look like that they deserve this because they got to figure out something else. Well, they do have to figure out something else to do with themselves besides 9 hours a day on their phone. So let's be clear about that. They do need to know that there's an outside to go out and play with friends, and you shouldn't be even thinking about staring at a wall, on your own for your own choice, like as if that's a choice to stare at a wall for 9 hours. So let's be clear. That also is a problem, right?
Yeah, and really quick, the interaction aspect is what I want people to think about, right? Yeah. Because when I grew up, your teenage years are some of your most formative years and how you interact with people, right? And if you look at how people interact on Twitter and online, there's no conversation. As soon as you disagree, well, a lot of the time, most of the time, as soon as someone disagrees with you, the first thing is to insult you, call you a retard, or call you a racial slur, or something like that, if they disagree with you. Whereas if you're talking to people in person, usually there's a little bit of a back and forth. It's a lot more natural, of an interaction. So if these kids are getting the majority of their interaction with other human beings being mediated by a social media platform with a screen in between them, instead of face-to-face where you could feel the other person's energy and, actually be there in front of them, it's so dangerous because they're not going to know how to interact with people. They're not going to know how to talk to people they disagree with, because the interaction online is so unhealthy a lot of the time. And that's why, before, I never used to block people. Now I give people one chance. If you call me a racial slur, I block you like that. If you insult me, call me retarded, I give you a chance. And I say, we can have a conversation if you want to make substantive points, but if all you're going to do is insult me, after the next comment, you'll be blocked. And that's how I do it. But most people don't act like that. So, at the end of the day, it's really scary if these kids are right now getting all of their human interaction online instead of in person. So that is a crisis that needs to be addressed, but we could easily say ban kids from getting smartphones. What about that? If you're under 16, the only phone you're allowed to have is a fucking Nokia that could call and text. And then you can still contact your parents when you need to. You can still call your friends, but you won't have access to Facebook and, Instagram. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Well, it's never about the kids. We know that.
Of course.
You know that. All right. Let's move on to, I guess we got a medical freedom movement update. We got some stuff that's happened, so we got to cover it. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Actually, let me just get one more super chat before, because we got a bunch of them come in. One more super chat before we start. You know what? I'm gonna save these. Let's get to the thing. Here we go. All right. You guys know what time it is. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are still baffled, Jay. They're looking into it. They don't know what is going on with all these medical emergencies, all these rapid cancers, these myocarditises, these healthy young athletes dropping dead in the middle of their sporting events. So many excess funerals, so many excess blood clotting. We know so many different reports coming from all over the world. But as they're looking into it, the rest of us, we just have to be patient. Keep your mouth shut. You're not a doctor. You're not a scientist. Shut up. Wait for the doctors to come back with the answer to your questions. In the meantime, rest assured, there's one thing we do know, and that is we know
what it's
not.
Mm-hmm.
Big news from Pfizer. New contract. Let's say this. It's a new allocation of funding from, where does it come from? The CDC, led by the HHS Secretary RFK Jr. They've awarded Pfizer $735 billion. What's it for, you ask? Well, it seems like the money is specifically for infants to have COVID shots. That's for kids and babies up through kids to have more COVID vaccines. This is 2026. This isn't a report from 5 years ago. This is 2026, and this is the RFK Jr. led HHS CDC that is doing this. Here is the actual proof, because we have the proof, not just the headline, guys. We have the proof. So this was reported. A lot of people shared this out. This is from Jeffrey A. Tucker. This is the exact number: $735,720,598 just awarded to Pfizer by the CDC for infant COVID shots. And then another $505 million for adult vaccines. So that's even on top of that. But they're doing this to the kids, which makes no freaking sense. Here's the paper trail, guys. This is what the funding is for. It's called FY2627 Pediatric COVID-19 Vaccines. That's the funding amount. The award is given to give. They get the amount handed to them in cash or whatever it comes in 15 days after the contract award date. So the dates, let's see, the award notice. Let's make sure we got a notice ID up there. This is, like you guys can see from the bottom, it's directly from the Health and Human Services Department, the CDC, the Office of Acquisition Services. Let's look further down. This is the details of the award. Award date June 1st, and it's going towards Pfizer. Contract awarded name is Pfizer, and there is your exact dollar amount of $735 million. There it is. Here's some response. Friend of the show, Mary Talley Bowden, and so many others say this is outrageous. Government is the enemy of American citizens. And of course, we're all thinking this about RFK. If this is true, this is the biggest failure of RFK's life.
Motherfucking right.
That's it. That's it, right? Hey, Jay, you represented this guy more than a lot of us did.
I went to the farmer's market to stand up in the hot Texas sun to tell people how great of a guy RFK Jr. was. I bought his shirts. I wore it every time I went to the supermarket. I went through all the arguments with people trying to defend RFK Jr. They tell me, oh, RFK is crazy. He wants to kill black people, blah, 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 all this other shit. I I defended that man. And now, after joining Trump, the guy responsible for Operation Warp Speed, he's giving out more money for COVID shots. Of all things, COVID shots. Number one, who the hell is still talking about COVID? Like it's not even a thing anymore, number one. Number two, we know that nobody's taking the shots anymore. It's like 10% of the population, if that, who are still trying to take a little booster every now and then. So clearly, it's a tiny number of people like who are actually taking it. So what is this big threat that you're giving over $1 billion to? Because the 730 million, that's only for the kids ones. It's another 500 million for the adult ones too. So it's over $1 billion in total for Pfizer, for COVID.
Yeah, because the adult ones as well.
Why? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Imagine what we could do in this country with $1 billion. But instead, we're giving it to people responsible for crimes against humanity. RFK Jr. said this shit himself in his campaign. He said Pfizer needs to be investigated for violating the Nuremberg Code and for committing crimes against humanity. That investigation hasn't happened yet. That trial hasn't happened yet. Yet they're presumed to be so innocent that they deserve over $1 billion again. I don't know, man. That don't make sense to me. So,
yeah. No, this is definitely his worst. This is the low point of his entire career, and it couldn't have come at a more interesting time, because just before this news broke, I saw this tweet. I don't know if you saw. This is from Dr. Robert Malone, who said, and this is just, and he says it's just word around the street, word on the street. Very active rumor. It's a very active rumor mill currently, with specifics from senior USG employees that RFK Jr. will be leaving as Secretary HHS in July after the 4th. Meeting was apparently held last Monday. Oz to head transition team. So isn't how bizarre, if this is true, if he's leaving after the 4th, the fact that this would happen now, it's got to mean to me that has nothing to do. I mean, because you wouldn't, if you're leaving anyway. I mean, if you're leaving, if it's not a rumor and it's real, how would this even happen just a week or two before? It doesn't. Unless he was diabolically evil the entire time and he's rubbing his hands like that right now. I don't understand it.
Well, here's the thing, right? If he leaves and he goes scorched earth and tells the truth about Israel, I'd be open to hearing him out. But what I have a feeling is going to happen is he's going to leave and he's going to pretend like Trump is being pressured into doing all these things. And he's going to be just like Joe Kent. Trump really wants to do the right thing. Yeah, like, oh, Trump, he's really on our side. Oh, Israel. Like Joe Kent is justifying Trump's corruption by saying Israel forced him to do it. And I think RFK is going to justify Trump's corruption by saying Big Pharma, forced him to do it. So that's what I expect to happen. However, if he proves me wrong, he can go scorched earth and tell the truth about how corrupt Trump has been. And he can tell the truth about Israel. If he does those two things. Listen, I actually tried to defend the 5D chess bullshit with RFK Jr. because of what happened to his father and uncle. After watching what's happened after he joined the Trump administration, I can't really defend the 5D stuff anymore. I'm sorry. So if he leaves, I want to see him go scorched earth, not just on the Big Pharma corruption, which he may do. If he wants to earn my trust, then he'll have to go scorched earth and tell the truth about the genocide that's happening in Palestine and tell the truth about Israel too. And if he does those two things, maybe I'll consider hearing him out a little bit more. And I may still support some of the things he says. I'll always give him credit when he's right, but I'm not going to support you the same way I did unless you earn my trust back.
This is, your instinct was right, and so are the other people on Twitter saying this is the worst thing he's ever done. The worst thing. because you can't, up until now, you still had that 10D chess case to make that he had to bide his time. He was in he had his arms tied. He was told, we heard the leak that he was told immediately when he got in there, you can't touch vaccines. So he's doing everything he can around it. He's going to do all this good stuff, food dyes and commercials. We're not going to see any more pharma commercials. Well, that didn't happen. We still see those, right? So whatever it was, whatever the excuse was, and then we're gonna fire a few people, CDC, bring in some other. We're gonna fire these corporate assholes. We're gonna bring in these venture capitalist assholes to replace them. And it's like, so everything, you can make excuses for each of those things and say he's doing the best he can.
Yeah.
This is unacceptable. There's no excuse. Yeah. There's no way around this. I don't know anybody who could say that, oh, well, this is his chess move because you gotta sacrifice your queen in order to get your checkmate. And you're just like, that's not how chess works. You don't ever really sacrifice. There's no real situation where you sacrifice your queen, unless your queen can't survive. And it's just you let it go. That's it. So I'm just like, there's no move here. This is a checkmate that you're walking into on behalf of the opponent, which is all of us. We're saying don't do this, and he's like, no, I'm just gonna walk right into a checkmate. I'm done. I lose.
And to be clear, I supported the 5D chess thing up until Maha. The moment he joined Trump, I was done. Like, I was still hoping for the best and hoping that he'd be able to make some type of difference, but I did not vote for Trump just because RFK Jr. told me to, and I never really got on board with the Maha bandwagon, even though I agree with a lot of their goals, even though I didn't burn the bridges, with the contacts I made, during the RFK Jr. campaign, because, there were a lot of good people, like who were involved in what RFK Jr. was doing, and I don't want to take that away. From them. So, but yeah, I was done with 5D chess as soon as he decided to, join Trump. So as far as the good he's done, you could argue the food pyramid thing. I do think that's a good thing. I think that's probably the best thing he was actually able to accomplish while he was in there. But he did nothing really to clean up the food supply. He didn't make any lasting changes that could improve that. And that was the one thing I was really hoping he would do. I didn't expect there to be any progress with vaccines because of how bought Trump is by the pharmaceutical companies, but I was at least hoping, because of his record as an environmental lawyer, maybe we'll get some of the pesticides and the herbicides off food. Instead,
it's worse.
We get immunity for glyphosate manufacturers, the same thing that RFK Jr. has spent decades talking about is wrong with the vaccine industry. He expands that protection to the pesticide manufacturers.
Who now own the food companies. Monsanto's now they're all the same company. So you issue the drugs for the cancer that the food gives you, and then you can't sue them because we didn't make the food, we just made the drugs, but you own the food. So he can mess with the food pyramid. It's not going to change the fact that this big food, big pharma entity is getting bigger and more powerful and richer throughout this entire run as HHS. That's the whole point. So you move money around. We did the same thing when I mentioned the CDC firing. Oh, look, he fired them. He showed them. No, you move some shit around. They still make their money. Pfizer still gets its contracts. Pfizer got its contract on day one when Trump came in, and RFK had to stand there. And we were still giving him excuses then. Like, look at him with that mad face on his look that he has to sit there while Albert Borda is standing there getting a multi-billion-dollar contract for Trump RX when the guy should be in prison. But see, now he's getting even more money. This is what I want to remind people on, because look, we've done this segment a long time, guys. A lot of our show, the beginnings of our show, this was a big part of it, was the medical freedom movement, was, hey, no one on the left is talking about this. And by the way, if you're on the left and you hate RFK because he sticks it to pharma, you should love him right about now. You should freaking love him, because he's doing everything that Biden and Bernie and Elizabeth Warren and all the people that said pharma could do no wrong. They're just trying to look out for our needs. Now our infants can get COVID vaccine. Yay! You should be freaking loving him. He's doing everything you wanted. The exact opposite of what we thought he was going to do, which you were afraid of him. You don't have to be afraid of. I told you guys, you don't. If you hate RFK Jr. from the beginning, you thought he was going to take away your drugs, take away your mandates. Guess what? He's working for you. He's giving you your drugs. Pfizer is the most guilty company. They've paid out the most lawsuit money, criminal lawsuit, than any other, not just pharma company, any company, any corporation ever to exist.
Yep.
Pfizer has paid out more in damages, criminal damages, criminal lawsuits going against them, verdicts against them. So remember that. And remember what we were here for to do. We were here to speak up for the people that couldn't speak up for themselves, the people that were forced to get this thing. The people we got involved with this movement left and right, coming together to hold people accountable for COVID, hold Fauci accountable, hold Pfizer accountable. It didn't happen. The opposite happened. I'm going to play this old clip. This is during Biden's administration, the later part. This is when we were getting towards the election. And you had James O'Keefe did a great investigation of Pfizer. This happened. I want to remind people, and this is one of the reasons not us, but people voted for Trump for this reason, because we were going to hold these mother effers accountable for the nefarious shit they were planning after COVID. This is the director of research of development at Pfizer getting caught on camera saying that they're looking into mutating the SARS-CoV-2 to preemptively make even new mRNA boosters for. This is him on camera getting caught. This is what people voted for Trump for, was to stop this and get these people in freaking prison, which they're not going to be.
You really did.
Lock the door. We're trying to unlock the door.
Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No, don't tell anyone this building. You gotta probably don't tell anyone. You gotta probably don't tell anyone. Okay? We're exploring, like, no, you know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is, like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves so we could preemptively develop new vaccines, right? So we have to do that. If we're gonna do that, though, there's a risk of, like, as you could imagine, no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating viruses. To be, like, very controlled to make sure that this virus that you mutate doesn't create something that, like, it goes everywhere.
Something crazy.
Is the way that the virus started and moved on. To be honest, like it makes no sense if this virus popped out of nowhere. Like,
hey there, is this seat taken? You work for Pfizer. My question for you is, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public the fact that they're mutating the COVID viruses?
Is this real life? I'm literally a liar. I was trying to impress a person on a date by lying. This is absurd.
Please don't touch me. Well, this is not. By the way, don't tell anybody.
Someone who's just working at a company to literally help the public. You f***ed up. You really did. Please bring the cops as soon as possible. I'm really very unsafe.
Can you please unlock your door?
No, don't let them leave.
Please unlock the door.
What is going on here?
Please unlock. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Unlock the door. The door. We're trying to unlock the door. Unlock the door.
He feels unsafe. James O'Keefe comes out very calmly, speaking to him, reading back his own quotes. He doesn't physically attack him. He doesn't try to physically intimidate him. And the guy says, I feel unsafe. Somebody help me. Talk about playing victim. Talk about, as he's laughing about mutating a virus, which at the original strand did kill people who were vulnerable. And he thinks that's funny. Yep. He thinks that's funny. And also he can create a vaccine which killed a bunch more people. All that is funny. It's all jokes. But he feels unsafe because somebody is asking him a question about his own words. He feels unsafe, man. Don't you feel sorry for him? He felt unsafe, man.
He was the director of research and development. The director, not some lowly servant in the mailroom. I'm trying to impress a date. I work at Pfizer. I hope to work. I'm going to just start. He's the director of research and development. This is Pfizer, the most criminal company ever to exist, ever. And this is what our HHS secretary does. awards him or whatever, the company, $735 million for the infant COVID shots right now. That's what's happened. This is how we've been scammed. And the left was not paying attention to any of this. This is the reason people voted for Trump, was these type of investigations.
And for the record, kids were the least affected by COVID. You know, like the flu hit kids a lot harder than COVID hit kids. Like kids are literally the least vulnerable people to COVID. And they put nearly over $700 million, specifically into the kids' shots.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not to mention the adult, which brings it up to over $1 billion.
Exactly.
Thank you, RFK. Thank you. The guy that was supposed to be the head of this this medical freedom movement, just said "F you," and he's probably on his way out the door in the next.
And all he's going to do is cover for Trump and pretend that Trump is a victim. You know, like, oh, the big pharma companies, they pressured Trump. Trump really wanted to do the right thing. I promise. Trump's a good guy, but the big pharma companies got to him. That's all.
No, that's it. That's it. Now, one more part of this, just because we mentioned Fauci, and it's just important people know that there's still people fighting. Nobody inside the department, nobody inside CDC or HHS is fighting for this, but we're still demanding that Fauci be held accountable for he's got a laundry list of crimes, not just bad handlings, crimes. What he did, we have proof of it, 100%. This is just one more. If people didn't notice this, but there's a new study, what we already knew, but the bombshell study confirms that Fauci and top public health officials used fake PCR case counts. 86% of them were not real infections. He did that to terrorize America into forced mRNA shots and lockdowns. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Well, how can you say that, Matt? How can you say that his intention was to terrorize America? Because he's told us our intention is to draw fear into Americans so they'll comply. He said that 1,000 times. We have to create fear. People don't listen to us unless we create fear. That's called terror. That's what terror is. Isn't that the definition of terror? You create fear. You create situations that cause fear and panic to force people into mRNA shots and lockdowns. So now the auto pen pardon, which we now know was Biden, who pardoned him on the last day, gave him an 11-year pardon. That's a what do you call it? A
preemptive pardon.
A preemptive pardon for 11 years, which happened to date back to January of 2014, which happened to be exactly when those biolabs are being set up in Ukraine. Interesting timing, because 11 years is a nice round number. Here's the one guy. This is Nicholas Hulscher that actually does the good work, and he's going to tell us about that one real quick of this new study.
He is also accused of using fake PCR case counts to manufacture fear and justify the use of the vaccines, the lockdowns, social distancing. Can you tell us more about what he's accused of doing deliberately?
A recent study came out. They looked at the PCR test. They looked at the antibody levels. They compared them. 86% of people who were PCR positive did not have antibodies. That means they were not infected. So literally 86% were not true infections. And Anthony Fauci was pushing using these falsely inflated case counts to push fear, to push vaccine mandates, to push lockdowns, all of which destroyed the American economy and many families' lives.
There it is. So at least somebody's, we got to do the work from the outside in. It's not going to be from the inside. Nobody in the CDC and the HHS has any plans of holding Fauci accountable.
We need Nuremberg trials. That's what we really do need. Not just Fauci, but Bill Gates, other people directly in Pfizer, like people in the media, like all of them, in my opinion. But, I will say I did notice in the YouTube comments, there are some questions about that guy's title from the video we showed from the Pfizer executive. And, you guys can check it out. He was actually, the Director of Research and Development, Strategic Operations, and mRNA Scientific Planning. So it may be hard to believe because the guy seems kind of young and all that, but that was his actual title. So Matt, you did get that right. That was the guy's title. So,
well, the reason we know we're getting this right is that we've been following the same people that have gotten everything right throughout. So So I admit sometimes we have to go fast and we don't have a chance to double, triple, quadruple check, but we know that people's integrity is on the line every time. It's in this arena, Jay, we know this. You cannot afford a misstep. And we've had so many amazing doctors on the show, from Mary Talley Bowden to Peter McCullough himself. We've had so many amazing doctors come on this show and discuss these things, and we've heard their stories. The ones that had to go to trial and had their whole livelihood on the line and losing everything. And by the way, not taking the bribe money, right? Saying no, like Dr. Mary Talley Bowden said no to the $1.5 million bribes that everyone else took. She didn't. So we know how delicate it is. You have to get this shit right. If you get any of this wrong, even just mislabeling somebody's job, you're gone. It means that you're not credible. So we hold each other accountable. I appreciate people asking the question in the comments. Jay, thanks for people. You gotta look, do your own research. Go figure it out. Don't come at us. Ask questions. Great, please ask us questions.
I don't think they were being malicious. They just thought, like that we got that wrong. So
good. But it's good. Ask the right questions that need to be asked, and you can also do your own research. But know that we're in an environment where you cannot afford to F this up. Those are the two top, I would say, between pharma stuff and anything to do with COVID, right? Pharma and COVID, and anything to do with Israel. You can't afford to make anything up.
We're going to get stuff wrong. We'll admit it. We'll go back and we'll correct ourselves after the fact. But that is verified. That guy, and I'm sure they have different, directors of research from different departments, but that guy specifically was like the director of research and development for mRNA. So, do with that information what you want.
And James O'Keefe has a great track record when it comes to pharma investigations. He's not so much when it comes to the Epstein stuff. And we've had one of his guys on, actually, Justin Leslie. He did some remarkable reporting, and he had the courage to stand up against James O'Keefe, even though he was working with O'Keefe on calling out Pfizer and being a whistleblower. He was an actual whistleblower. That's who. Justin was a whistleblower on behalf of O'Keefe, and then he noticed that O'Keefe wasn't doing as well of a job in a different topic, and he said, "Why aren't you applying the same?" So, and that's great. Those are the people we want to have these conversations with. And again, you guys know we give credit. Like, we'll play that clip of James O'Keefe because he got that one right. That was a marvelous investigation. We covered it at the time it happened. It was back in 2023, and it deserves that credit. So we hope you can apply that same, principle when you go into your other investigations. But when you get it right, we're certainly going to champion it.
It's not a full endorsement of James O'Keefe and everything he's ever done. It's just that he got that right.
He got that one right. Good for him. And Justin Leslie will tell you that too. But for some reason he wasn't. Why are you not applying the same thing over here with Bohemian and Grove? He has a whole thing about how. Anyways, that's another topic. But let's round this one out. You guys know it's for we know what it's not. We just like to give you guys an updated report on a couple different happenings that have absolutely nothing to do with what we were just talking about, just to be clear, but we just thought you should know. Very, very troubling news here. A woman, 23, dies tragically after her health battle began at a routine appointment. It's so sad when this happens. A young woman who inspired tens of thousands of followers by chronicling her health battle. She died at the age of 23. Her name was Jenna Anna Johnson. Built a massive online following by sharing honest updates about her diagnosis, treatment, and the harsh realities of living with cancer. The influencer passed away on May 29th after spending 5 days in hospice care. Wow, poor thing. That's just awful. Her sister announced it on her emotional video on her TikTok account. Her death came nearly 2 years after she received her cervical cancer diagnosis in summer of 2024. Her obituary states that she passed away surrounded by her loved ones, which is great. I mean, that's just so sad that happens to a 23-year-old. And getting down to the bottom here, due to her age and her unusual nature of her diagnosis, she said doctors were left absolutely baffled.
We know what it's not, though, Matt. We know what it's not. So
we know what it's not, but they were baffled nonetheless. Just to be clear, doctors didn't know what was going on. Never seen anything like it. Here's another one. Reality TV producer 40 dies suddenly during filming. The EP of Love Island USA, James Barker, died unexpectedly while filming a show's 8th season. 40-year-old had an unexpected medical emergency last week. These things tend to happen, especially to young 40-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean,
just the way
Matt,
life
I
goes.
kind of remember if you wanted to work in Hollywood, they wanted you to take this experimental health intervention that didn't have full author. Nah, that couldn't have anything to do with that. I mean, yeah, again, we don't know for sure that these people have taken the shot.
No.
But what we do know is these types of things were a lot rarer before. And we know that in the UK, where that last story was from, the shot uptake was extremely high. And we also know that in Hollywood, because you have to take it to work pretty much everywhere, that uptake was also really high. And I'll never forget that.
You weren't allowed to work in Hollywood.
Yeah.
You were not allowed to work in the entertainment industry during a COVID time, during those 2021, 2022, 2023. You were not allowed to work if you couldn't show verification that you had not just one shot, not just 2 shots, 3 shots, in some cases 4 or even 5, but the minimum was 3. You had to show proof that you got 3 shots. So unless this guy was not working and then he came back later and had 3 years off with no income, we can be pretty sure that he had to comply with that.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing they put that rule in place, because if you didn't take the shots, you're clearly a Trump supporter, right? And you must be a Republican crazy Trump supporter if you didn't want to go along.
Oh,
with that.
yeah, and a white nationalist, which he totally fits the bill. So yeah, that's also a big part of it. It's how you're also racist. Yeah, it's it's very important. We draw that.
You don't care about disenfranchised communities. You know, you got to care about disenfranchised.
And throw in misogynist while you're at it. Might as well, right? Because that's why. Why else would you not vote for Kamala, the greatest candidate of all time?
Yeah, you voted for Jill Stein. Still misogynist.
No, because she's a Russian agent, Jay. Come on. What are you talking? Come on, you. Russian agent is the worst thing. So that outdoes female.
You're right. That's worse than everything else we just mentioned. If you get labeled a Russian agent. So
all right. Well, I think there's a couple more here. Oh yeah, this is sad. This is a French sailor, Charlie Dahlin, dies at 42 after cancer. And I just threw this one up just because cancer battle. I can't stand that battle. Like you lost the battle to something that beat you. That you were too weak. I don't like that. I think people need to stop using that language. But anyway, that's just me. I get it. Kind of irritates me. People say they lost the long battle with. I don't know. But anyways, he was an acclaimed sailor. He had a whole bunch of records he set. He died of cancer at the age of 42. Gastrointestinal cancer was his diagnosis in 2023. Interesting year to get that diagnosis. I guess anyone can get that at any time. Even I guess he was 39. I guess if you do the math, he'd be 39 at the time of diagnosis. Totally normal. He kept his illness private. That's a sad. I don't like. I always feel like you have the right to do that, but man, when people do that, they tend to have a harder time. I just want to tell people, if you know anyone that's keeping any secret diagnosis right now, I'm urging people, and I've seen it. I'm telling you, if you can talk to the person, if it's a family member or friend, and they're doing it, and they're confiding in you, or like, hey, they'd say, don't tell anyone. People deal with this, Jay. I don't know if you've ever seen where someone approaches you and says, hey, I don't want anyone to know. I would urge you to try and have a very heart-to-heart moment with that person and say, hey, listen, if you change your mind, we can talk about how that might look different, and maybe it might help you having more support. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's just something that I've seen. It never seems to work out when people are secretive. Anyways, he competed up until 2024-25, and then nearly he beat a record, and then I guess that was it. He was done the next year, 2026. One more. This, I think, we'll just end with a sport. You got to have a sports one. We got to have a sports one. Elon Smith, former NFL defensive lineman, dies at 36. I thought this was interesting, Jay, because and he was defensive end 6 seasons, including the Niners. He died on Saturday. No cause of death was given. Now I've heard, I don't have it on this story, but I've heard they've given his brain. They're going to try and figure out what happened. So they don't know. This is a doctors are baffled. Just so you guys know, it doesn't say it in this article, but they're trying to figure out what happened. So they're going to have his brain looked at to see if it possibly has to do with an injury from football, but they don't know. That's the point. They don't give the reason because they have no freaking idea what happened to the guy.
What I've found is a lot of the times, especially with athletes, they don't want to disclose it, and then later it comes out that it was a heart thing or a blood clot thing. And if you're an athlete, you have a strong heart, so it doesn't make sense. And this has really only started to pick up, like since these shots were given out en masse. So, like the people writing these articles understand, because if you ever go to the comment section when these types of things are posted on Facebook, the top comment is always, "It was the jab." Yeah. That's always the top comment, like on the post now. So they want to leave that part out because they know as soon as people hear an athlete died from a heart attack, they know what caused it. So they want to hide that part. So my guess is it was probably something to do with the heart.
Yeah.
So.
And remember, this is a 36-year-old athlete. Just to be clear, 36-year-old athlete, totally normal for this to happen. Here's something that also happens online. Unfortunately, Jay, this is the part I found this because somebody randomly asked Grok, how did he die? Because if you're just online saying no death, no cause is given, you want to know. Hey, Grok, how did Alden Smith pass away? Grok says the cause of Alden Smith's death has not been publicly disclosed. 49ers called it a sudden and tragic passing. He was 36. Very sad news. And look at this type of bull. Man, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we have to deal with. Why do you want to know? Pretty ghoulish. What? It's ghoulish to ask a question? What did he die from? I wonder what this checkmark asshole would say if you asked a follow-up question. Hey, Grok, did this guy get this football player get a jibbity jab of some sort? Was he did he have his paperwork? Did he have his paperwork to participate in society at the time? Which is
well,
what would that be? What would that be considered? Is that ghoulish or that's even worse than ghoulish?
Yeah, well, every major league sport required it, if they're athletes. I remember because anyone who held out was, publicly shamed. Like Aaron Rodgers was, a racist Trump supporter because he wouldn't get the shot. So,
yeah. All right. Well, we gotta wrap this up. Okay, that should do it for this week in the medical freedom movement. I wish I had better news. I wish we had better news to give you guys, but unfortunately, doctors are still baffled. They're still looking into it. We all got to keep our mouth shut in the meantime. But until they come back with answers for us, we can always be rest assured that we know what it's not. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's try and hustle through this last one, Jay. We got you for another. We can plow through this one.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I'm just gonna set and then we'll get you out of here. Okay. So what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about the economy, and it's so freaking obvious. If it's not obvious to people by now, it should be 100% clear as day that there's a wealth gap that we've never seen before. We have billionaires who are now becoming, what is the next one after billionaire? Oh, trillionaire. It's trillionaire. Well, this officially has happened, and it happened in our lifetime. Here we go from Hotspot. SpaceX debuts on the NASDAQ exchange after world's biggest IPO, making Elon Musk the very first world's first trillionaire. Here's their little celebration. It's kind of annoying. It's a little obnoxious, but just so you guys can see how they're putting it out there, the SpaceX crew. I mean, just oh, come on, man. I'll turn down the applause. Jay, what do you am I the only one extremely disturbed right now, ready to throw up? I mean, this is
I mean, like at the end of the day, the craziest part is just like how little money the company actually makes. Like there is no justification for the amount that it's being valued right now. and this thing is going to crash and burn, very soon, and it's going to be offloaded, into our retirement fund. So not to get too deep into it, but we discussed this the other day. You guys should go back and watch that segment. We're going to be the ones holding the bag for this, guys. So
yeah. Well, let's talk about the actual wealth gap, which has been getting worse and worse and worse. From Unusual Whales, Forbes figures from June 12th, 2026, put Jeff Bezos at around 248 billion, while Musk's estimate net worth sits near 1.1 trillion. This is like the biggest historic wealth gap, and what we're talking about is if you add up. So now the next thing you do with those numbers is now see where Americans are lined up, and so the follow up to that is the average American is closer to Jeff Bezos in net worth than Jeff Bezos is to Elon Musk. What? Huh? How does that make sense? Well, the typical American household has a median net worth of roughly 192.9 thousand. Elon Musk's fortune sits at approximately 1.2. Now it's up to 1.2 trillion, while Bezos has a net worth of 247 billion. The distance between Bezos and Musk is a staggering 953 billion, whereas the distance between typical American and Bezos is roughly 246.8 million. Wow. That is incredible math. I guess this was the whole point of the American exceptionalism capitalist model, right? Everyone pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The best of us will rise to the top, and when they get there, they'll trickle down to everyone else. That was the plan, right? Does this look like that plan has worked, or is it one big failure?
I mean, something's trickling down, but it ain't money. I can tell you that, so.
Yeah. No, that's so. Look, It's clear that something's wrong here. It's clear that something's wrong. You know what? I have a new update from Elon's as we're putting this story together. This is crazy, man. As we're putting this story together over the last 48 hours, Elon has gone from, he was at 1 trillion a week ago. He went to 1.1, 1.2. Now, apparently, he's made it to 1.3. This is like in a matter of days. This is crazy, man. Like, what kind of graph?
Just so everyone understands, the reason this is happening is because the value of the shares of SpaceX keep going up. Okay. Because after the IPO, they're dumping all of our retirement money, into SpaceX, and within 15 days, within a few days now, it's going to be included as an index fund. So all the funds out there that invest in the S&P 500, they'll all be forced to invest into SpaceX because SpaceX is going to be added to the S&P 500 index. And just to remind everyone who hasn't seen that last segment, they changed the rules specifically to allow SpaceX, Anthropic, and ChatGPT to be included in these index funds, because before you had to wait at least a year before, these funds could be added to an index. So they changed the rules to allow these people to offload their wealth. And my guess is Elon won't be the first one to sell. I think it'll be other early investors who sell. And then after the early investors have cleared their money out, we'll get caught holding the bag. And then the Iran war will start back up and everything will come crashing down. And boom, there goes our retirement portfolios.
I'm just trying to make sense of this. The fact that Bill Gates is not even worth his entire net worth. Elon Musk's net worth has been rising 165 billion, and that was in one day, more than Bill Gates' entire net worth. And now Elon is at 1.3 trillion. Who knows by the time we upload this segment how much it's going to be? This is insane, man. This is absolutely nuts.
Suppose Elon Musk turns around and said, I think I'm going to join Bill Gates. I think we got to cure the world of diseases, and we need to start investing more in vaccines. Because when the pandemic started up, he was pro-vaccine. It took him a while before he even had any criticisms of it, and I think he switched his tone because he saw how unpopular it is. But don't forget, all these trillionaires, they're just people. They just have opinions. Like, they can change their opinion. Like, suppose he decides, I think Bill Gates, I like his cause. I like that. Imagine how much more that wealth can accelerate, projects like what Bill Gates is working on. Just
from my memory, Elon Musk was vaccine injured. That changed.
Yeah. So it took it happening to him, before, because he was mandating it, I believe, for his companies.
That's right.
First. So, but once I don't believe he was actually vaccine injured. I don't believe for a second he took it. I think he was just like, playing the victim, and
maybe there was some family member he heard about and he had second thoughts, like you said.
I think most of the people, I think Joe Biden, Donald Trump, all of them are taking saline. Elon Musk probably took saline too. I doubt that they ever actually took it. But yeah, he claims that he was vaccine injured, so that caused him to come around on it, because he's just like you and me, Matt. He goes through the same struggles that you and I go through, so we should feel sorry for him. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I remember he had tweeted when he first bought Twitter. He had tweeted out his pronouns. He goes, "My pronouns are Fire Fauci." So I mean, I thought that was funny at the time, but
because he's a revolutionary, man. He's a rebel. He's on our side.
So let's get to the heart of what we're talking about. We're talking about this very small elite class of billionaires who we can't even imagine a billionaire, let alone what a trillionaire we can't even process it. So we have this idea. A lot of people in this country have this idea that they yes, there was luck involved and timing, but there's a smartness to it. There's a work ethic. At all costs, I'm going to figure out a way, and I'm going to just do all these great things for the planet. And then you just look at a guy like Elon, and you go, oh yeah, all his SpaceX stuff, and he's trying to, all of his stuff with Tesla, and he's just looking at ways to better the planet. But that's not how billionaires even come into existence. That's not how it works. You don't get to be a billionaire because you played the game better than everyone. You get to be a billionaire because you were hand selected to be that billionaire, and you have backers. Elon has backers he has handlers. He, even as a trillionaire, he still has people he has to answer to. And I think that's the part that a lot of people aren't fully understanding of. And then you got people like Glenn Beck, and I'm just going to put this up here so you guys understand. There's still people trying to pretend that criticism is not warranted here, and that we need to be celebrating this guy. And he's telling us, let me break this down. People like Elizabeth Warren and Graham Plattner, who just can't seem to understand how Elon could become the world's first trillionaire without a rigged economy. Well, no, you can't have a trillionaire without a rigged economy. I just want to be absolutely clear. A trillionaire cannot exist without a rigged economy. There's no mathematical explanation.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a bad take, because they literally changed the rules to make this happen. You had to be publicly traded for a year before you could be added to the S&P 500 before this happened. So Glenn Beck is a moron,
Yeah.
Like, he has said one or two things in the past that are true on one or two issues, but this take is complete garbage,
Yeah.
Like, Elon Musk, his whole net worth is built off government contracts and government handouts. But anyway,
yeah. So, and then he has to give this resume. Just look at what he's done. A man who risked everything. He reset the space industry. Everything he did for the space industry was government. Was colluding with the government, backing, war contract backing.
Exactly.
They got him by the balls. This is why the guy has to.
Yeah, they redirected money from NASA, into SpaceX. So, like, he wouldn't be where he is without government contracts and
government handouts
all the way back to PayPal. So, I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah. So, he saved astronauts from space because Boeing and NASA couldn't do it. He deserve his wealth, which is also an insane notion that even if he did it all honestly on his own, he deserves to hoard wealth. I mean, that's also just a weird thing to say when so many people are struggling, You don't deserve to hoard. Nobody deserves to hoard wealth. There has to be something of an allocation to the people around you, to the society, the communities around you that allowed you to even do it, even if it was done honestly, which it wasn't. But even if it was, your gut instinct, Glenn Beck, people out there, your gut instinct is to say, let him do whatever he wants while the rest of us suffer. That he beat the high score. He got the high score on Miss Pac-Man. He deserves the grand prize. It's like, we're not playing a video game here. This is real life. People are really dying. So more accolades. He gave his technology away for free. Didn't earn that money. I don't see Pfizer doing that. So he's comparing him to Pfizer, which is what a low bar. What a low bar for Glenn Beck. That's your argument, is he's not as bad as the worst criminal company on the planet to ever exist. That's your argument. Okay. He saved free speech. Well, kinda. I mean, okay. Nah. No, it's called shadow banning. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So whatever. Give me a break. Yeah, you give us a break. No, but here's the bottom line is that there's people uniting on the left and right now. They're uniting on the fact that there's been this wealth grab. And the fact is that the Americans are broke. Americans are freaking broke. This is where we're at. Zillow just announced starter homes in the U.S. now cost at least $1 million in 242 cities. Under capitalism, most Americans can't afford a home or find a job that pays a living wage. This is why people are rightly losing faith in a system and looking for an alternative. So what is the alternative? Well, the alternative to a capitalist system where the economy is run purely to maximize profits for corporation is a socialist system where the economy is run to meet people's needs. Capitalism guarantees endless profits for rich shareholders. Socialism guarantees housing, healthcare, education, and community for all. A great assessment. Good idea. How many people are going to be on board for this? Do you think that this is still a left-right issue, or are we ready to have something a little bit more come together moment here for Americans in general, Jay?
If I were to guess, I would say that I agree with the majority, of the opinions, of that guy, who we were just posting on Proud Socialist. But, people just have to realize how toxic like that word is in America.
Yeah,
if you say that you're a socialist, there's instantly half of the country who will not even listen to the end of that sentence. So at the end of the day, every economy is a mixed economy, right? So I tell people, I do value private business, and I do think small and medium-sized businesses can be great for the economy. So I believe in a social safety net. I consider myself someone who leans capitalist, but is really all about the decentralization of power, preventing monopolies, and ensuring there's a strong safety net. So you can have a strong safety net and still consider yourself a capitalist. In Scandinavia, we call them socialists. They consider themselves capitalists. The quote from that guy who we pulled up the other day, he wouldn't call himself a socialist. He would call himself a capitalist. So these definitions and these words that we focus in on, I think do more harm than good. Talk about the actual policies and talk about the benefit of a social safety net, and talk about how we can make the world more fair while ensuring equal opportunity. I believe in equal opportunity. What we have in America is not equal opportunity. So, there are ways to get to that without using that word socialist, which will instantly turn off at least half the country as soon as that comes out your mouth. So,
man, it's too bad. We've been put in these camps. We've been put in this tribal mentality. These words you aren't allowed to say. But I just ask anybody who's still triggered by that word out there, I'll just ask them to just consider this. Consider that the system we're in right now is capitalist and it is failing. So it's not to say go ahead.
They would tell you that it's crony capitalism and that it's corrupt capitalism, and it's not real capitalism. That's what they'll tell you. So, that's why I don't spend too much time arguing about that debate, because the truth is monopolies are not supposed to be allowed in capitalism, and it's everywhere in this economy. And I would argue that capitalism will lead to that, if you're doing pure capitalism and libertarianism. So no matter what you do, unless you put reins like on it and you control it and regulate it a little bit, which is why I say I'm in favor of a mixed economy. So,
well, that's what China has, a mixed economy. They like to say communist China, but they certainly have their share of the investor class, the billionaire class mixed in there, and that's been a evolution there. And so maybe that's something to look at. Like, what have they been able to do to get? And what do we know about China? And China's just an example, but this is our big competitor, right? We're going to lose the battle of AI, but you look at China, what they've done for their infrastructure and their education and taking care of their people and not starting all these wars. So I just say the bottom line is capitalism is they can call it a subdivision of crony, but it's not it. It functions as a military operation. You can't even have it without having that military might that goes around and steals shit from people and forces them to trade with your currency and does. This is all these. It's not a we got off track. No, we're right on. This is exactly the thing that we signed up for, right? That's.
I agree with that argument. I just I want people to. I just think it's such a polarizing argument when every economy is a mixed economy anyway. But I agree ultimately with what you're saying. It's just that I think people will just spend too much time talking about whether or not capitalism or socialism is the right thing instead of just talking about solutions. But ultimately, I got to say, I do agree with what you're saying, Matt, 100%, which is why, even if you talk to conservatives, about, taxes that make sense, a lot of them will recognize like the value of a wealth tax. And I think that's something that we really do need to start speaking about more in America. Like, obviously, I don't think this is realistic at this point in time, but anything over $1 billion, I think there's a strong argument to be made. There should be a wealth tax of 50% for anything over $1 billion. That is, you don't need over $1 billion in my opinion, but
50%. I'm going to go further than that. I say if you get to $999,999,999.99, guess what? You win. You won the game.
Yeah,
you don't need anything
100%.
more. I say 100% tax after that. 100%.
And if you're someone, the only reason you do things is for the money and you don't care about making a difference in the world, that's terrible, man. Like the money is not an issue to you. If you have $999 million and you're worried about money and you're saying, I'm not going to innovate anymore because I won't get to keep the money or some stupid shit like that, like, come on, guys. Like you're not going to do something would be successful. That isn't that much of a risk to you. You're still going to live a wonderful life. Your kids are going to be set, but you won't do it because you'll get taxed more. You're a shitty human being. I'm sorry. Like you are a shitty human being if you refuse to do stuff like once you hit that level. But anyway, what I will say though, realistically speaking, there is gaining traction in the world right now for a wealth tax. And I think, if people recognize the fact that once you have $10-20 million, the amount of interest you're making on it means that you're getting at least 5% a year. Asking people who have that much money, not you and I, but people who have that much money to pay a 2 or 1, 2, maybe 3% wealth tax, they're still going to end the year with more money than they started the year. I don't think that's such a bad idea. That's something we need to talk about because that graphic you just pulled up about how unaffordable home prices are now, part of that is because of inflation. And another part of that is because of the fact that billionaires are now investing in something called REITs. That's real estate investment trusts. So these are financial companies that are buying up neighborhoods and apartment complexes all over the nation that jack the prices up, of houses and apartments all over the country. Because you have so much money. You can't put it all in one asset. You have to buy a diversity of assets. That's what all rich people do, diversify. So the more wealth gets concentrated, like the more it's going to raise the price of assets and block everyone else out. But the key part of this conversation, and this is where the disconnect happens in America, is that money has to be spent on people. It has to be invested in the country that's paying the tax. And right now, what we are doing in America is spending that money bombing Black and brown people and now white people in Ukraine all over the world. Like we're just spending it on death and destruction.
Death and destruction.
If instead of spending it on death and destruction, we spent it on programs that helped people, then we would be in a much better position. So tax wealth, not work as much. Tax wealth, guys. That's what we need to be driving home. And I think conservatives will likely agree on us as long as they understand that the money will be spent in America, which I 100% agree with. So let's look for some common ground here. And I think we should use Elon Musk as case study number one for why we need a wealth tax. So
I like it. I think you're making a good case, and we can start to maybe we'll continue these conversations, but build more of a movement that unites people from both sides. And it's because the only two sides you should be is the people versus the billionaire Epstein class. That's it. Those are the two sides we should be on. Exactly. So there we go. Good work today, Jay, on everything. I think he just wow, right when we were ending it, he took I think that might have been the end of his time, because we were counting it down. We just wanted Jay to say bye real quick before he left. So I'm just going to assume, if I don't hear from him, that was his parting in Jay, because he had a heart out. Okay, he's back. Jay's back to say goodbye to us.
Yeah,
Here we are.
I don't know what happened, man. StreamYard just kicked me out. But, anyway, we reached the end of the segment. So great work as always, Matt. If you guys want to look for ways we can come together, I'd encourage everyone to do that through the We the People Party. That's just go to www.wtpnational.com. And we're essentially building a decentralized party that puts the power in the hands of the members, not centralized boards who make all the decisions. And I think that's a way we can actually take political power back and localize it as much as possible, so we can make ground and we can make progress on the issues that we already agree on. So look into it. You won't be disappointed. I got to run. Great work as always, Matt. Take
awesome.
it easy, Matt.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Later.
All right. Jay Scott, everybody. All right. This is the Homeless Left. We are still rocking and rolling with you guys on this Thursday. Well, what's today? Tuesday. I think I might have even said the wrong day earlier today. I don't even know. I was all over the place when we started. We had a lot to prepare today, guys, and we still have a few more for you. So let me just throw up a couple super chats, and then we'll take a short 2-minute, and then we're gonna be back we have 2 more segments for you guys. Including, we're also going to be doing some talking back with you. So we do have some more show coming up for you right now. Let me just read just a couple of these that came in, and we'll get into the rest of you guys as well. Let's see here. We have. I want to throw this one up from earlier, Citizen. You put this on because I like how you guys sometimes will put some comments on before we even start the show, and I do appreciate that. It helps us with the algorithm. So from Citizen, before we even went live today, 100 years from now, aliens will review this period in shock of how a few politicians went against billions of voters just to keep a PDF operation running. Excellent point. And that sounds about right. So what side of the history do you want to be on that tells the story, right? What side do you want to be on? Do you want to be part of the resistance, or do you want to keep defending the thing that just has no chance of sustainability? I mean, it's sustaining now, but 100 years from now, perhaps, who knows? At some point, some civilization is going to look back and go, what the hell happened back then with those people? Which side do you want to be referenced? The people defending it, or the people fighting against it, fighting back, right? That's what it's about. So we just gotta recognize which is the side fighting the power, and just be part of that side. Be part of that. That's, come on, guys. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. We don't care who you voted for. We don't care the sign in your front yard. we recognize a movement when we see one, and we're always going to be on the side of the people fighting against the power. Pretty easy. Once you figure that equation out, once you figure that formula out, it's not hard. It's not hard. You don't have to check in with your team leaders and go, what are we supposed to think about this one? What are we what are we supposed to think about? Hold on. They're saying my body, my choice. We're on that side, right? Oh, wait, no, they're COVID mandate. They're against COVID mandates. Oh, never mind. We're anti-war, but oh, wait, Israel first. Wait, we're supposed to be, wait a minute. I don't want to be anti-Semitic. So wait, I'm for a war that has nothing. So you don't have to play games like that once you just get out of the tribe and just apply the thing to everything. Just apply that. Just say, oh, what's the right way to go here? So clearly we're on the side of stopping the U.S.-Israel war machine and stopping Big Pharma from killing all of us too. So there it is. We're against death and destruction, guys. I think my something's a little off on my picture. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's jump to a quick break here. You guys are gonna like this. This is Randy Fine accidentally saying a thing he didn't mean to say in an interview. We'll be back in 2 minutes with. We're gonna do the UFC story, the 250 story there. There's a few different things to unpack there from that one, from the UFC story, and then we'll do some talking back with you, and we'll round it up with we have a Michael Jackson story update. And we're gonna say we have a loudest voice of the week. We're gonna certainly save that one for Thursday's show because it's better if we do that one on Thursday. Anyways, it's a good one as well. Okay, that's the lineup. Let's cut to the break here, and we'll see you back here in 2 minutes, guys. Homeless left, non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you in just a minute.
I often say the reason they hate Israel is because Israel is small and Israel is close to where they are. And so I believe standing with Israel stands with a country that largely shares the same values that we do. Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No, but I haven't seen an instance where
did you say, does that
mean
mean we should put the interest of America over Israel? No?
No, does that mean we should put the interest of Israel over America?
Okay, I want to make sure.
All right, if I misspoke, I apologize.
All right, we are back, guys. I don't think I was able to fix my picture. Let me just do one. Let me try one more thing here, because it looked like I was kind of fading out in the something on the visual effects screen here. Let's see if I do more of a this, that could work. Let's see. Whatever. Okay. Well, okay. You guys can see me, all right. Yeah, there's always these tech issues we got to deal with here. Okay, we're good. Let's get to the UFC story here. Where okay, here we go. All right. So you guys probably heard about the big extravaganza event Trump put together, the UFC entertainment show for his birthday, and we're counting down to the 250th big 4th of July anniversary coming right up here. So we gotta give them bread, right? Give them bread and circuses. That's what this is about. So what better way to do that? But then with a UFC event right in front of the White House. So if you guys didn't see, this is the lead into that big moment, big presidential moment of celebration.
If you know, UFC fans have traveled far and wide across the United States and around the globe, all to witness history and be a part of this uniquely special mixed martial arts showcase that is UFC Freedom 250.
UFC Freedom 250. Man. I mean, seriously, guys, I just how can they pretend this is a freedom event when you literally banned your UFC champion? Your actual champion was banned from this event. It's so bizarre. Sean Strickland, UFC champion, has been charged with disorderly conduct after crashing the UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest near the White House. Strickland says he was not invited due to his criticism of Israel, Jeffrey Epstein, and Jewish supremacy. Well, I'm sure that's just the anti-Semitism in him that thinks that, because I'm sure there was another reason they gave, right? But he showed up. I know it seems that he showed up and knew that it would make quite a scene. But he does have the fans. He does have the backing. And there's people that are certainly UFC fans that are starting to be aware of the Israel capture on their, what they thought to be a very innocent sport isn't actually so much. So this is the scene of him getting not arrested, but getting detained and escorted out. Yeah, so whoever put the it's not technically he wasn't arrested, but he was detained, and then there's some more shots of him walking through. They paraded him right out of there. But yeah, there's certainly a problem if this is going to happen to your guy. And you're talking about, and to call the event a freedom event. Well, it gets worse. This event was not just a joke when it comes to banning people and having them escorted off and pretending we're celebrating freedom. There's some actual rigging going on in the event as well. Well, what did we find out? Well, this happened. So Daniel Cormier, he exposes in a deleted post now, he exposed that Eric Trump was asking him personally to tell him if there were any fights that were rigged that were coming up in the event. And then he said on the tweet, which is now gone, he says, look, I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. So shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. So he went ahead and this is now not available to see, but it was obviously screen grabbed. So this is just the conversation started. They did a little back and forth, and then Eric Trump brings up betting. Are you placing any bets? Nah. I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Well, then Eric says, well, are there any fighters injured that you know of, so I can have any inside information you can get me that I can then, have a little bit of knowledge that'll help me with my betting? No, I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this. but I think they're all actually in good shape. So no, I can't tell you if there's anyone injured. And then Eric Trump doubles down and says, I'll just cut to the chase. Are there any fights tomorrow that are rigged? He's talking about the event. Please. So I want to get something out of here. Come on. I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. And he was a couple little money things. And then that's when he says, no, I don't know why you're asking me this. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit you're asking me. So he tells him that. He said, I'm appalled that you would even ask me something like that. So that's that. Now, of course, what happens next? Well, look at this. We come to find out that the fighters are going to be paid in cryptocurrency, which we know is one big scam from the Trump family. It's directly from their scam company called World Liberty Financial. The whole thing's one big grift. Now, of course, there was some walking back. Both people part of that exchange, Trump and Daniel Cormier, they both had to walk back and say, "Oh, it wasn't real." There was this fake explanation. That they were pretending that his account was hacked, but there was never any details given. Well, luckily for us, Ian Carroll looked into it just by asking Grok and just kind of asking some questions about it and trying to find out why would they tell us that this thing was faked when we know that they do this stuff. Why does it even, like, why are you trying to walk back the corruption of this administration? This is a regular occurrence. So even if you could pretend that this one didn't really happen, it doesn't change anything. And by the way, we can prove that it did happen. No one's going to be punished for it. So this is just what they do. The system is rigged. And it's not just this administration. It's our entire Congress. The stock market is rigged in their favor. They always have insider trading information. So what's the difference anyway? But we did get pretty much clarified that this exchange actually did happen between Eric Trump and Daniel Cormier. So here's Ian Carroll doing the looking into it stuff that you got to do. Doing his own research.
And what he's referring to are two screenshots that he posted from his account showing Eric Trump direct messaging him these messages. Quote, "Hey Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. Yo, Eric, didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? You placing any bets? Nah, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape." And then, apparently, allegedly, Eric Trump just says, "I'll cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. $. We do have DC's response, Daniel Cormier. Quote, No, none of our fights are rigged, and honestly, I'm appalled that you would even ask me something like that. Oh, whoopsie.
I don't have the other clip where he actually asked Rock. He just basically did the same thing I just did. He just went through the thing. Okay, so then Ian Carroll goes on to ask very specifically, was this real? And it turns out that it was. And I saw signs of that too, because I talked with Craig Pasta about this yesterday as well. And on his show, we kind of studied the body language of Daniel Cormier, and it doesn't seem like he's somebody that had his account hacked. It seems like somebody who was told to say that he had his account hacked. So again, it doesn't really matter if it's fake or real, but just the fact that we're having these distractions, these conversations. The point is the whole thing is rigged. And I'll put this up just to remind people, this is the whole event is funded by Trump's family crypto company, World Liberty Financial. That's what's going on. That's what this is. So none of it really actually makes sense. So with all that said, there was a lot of reaction to this event that this thing was bullshit, especially because Strickland wasn't allowed to be there, that entire way they walked him out as if he was a danger to this event, the guy that should have been celebrated at this event. So all that was a big mess. It didn't seem to be a good result for Trump and what they were trying to do. So what happened next? Well, it looks like Fox had a report that there was something else happening. So this is a report that somebody apparently wanted to attack the event, that there was an actual drone attack that was in the works, but the FBI, they say that they thwarted it. Wow. So that's quite an accomplishment. Let's see how that story played out.
News just into the Fox newsroom. The FBI disrupting this alleged plot, targeting the UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House. Officials telling Fox a network of nearly 24 potential plotters were identified, with at least 5 people in custody right now. The suspects allegedly traveled to Fredericksburg, Virginia, to make final preparations for the attack. And the alleged plan allegedly included explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation, and then steering crowds, get this, toward a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat on June 10th and worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. FBI Director Kash Patel saying, quote, "We are built to detect, respond to, and bring to justice those who threaten the lives of American citizens, particularly during large gatherings like the historic UFC 250 fight." That's exactly what we did here. Over 4,300 people were in attendance for UFC 250, which included 1,200 service members. Luckily, nobody was harmed during the FBI's takedown. The event went off without a hitch.
I don't believe this for a second. This didn't happen. No freaking way. This is the same. We see this plot over and over again. The FBI faking these takedowns. Working with the ADL, working with they plant this stuff over and over again. And so this is all distraction theater. And I know a lot of the Fox News audience is buying this shit. But Kash Patel, this is what he does. This is what he was hired to do, is to fake investigations and say we did it speedy. We did it. The American people want speediness, and we gave it to them. I mean, they're cutting so many corners because we're not really getting any details about this at all. But trust us, we want to tell you we were the heroes of this story that we just fabricated. Trust us, we came through for you guys. Yeah, that's so there it is. Now, look, UFC fans, again, this is because of where did this begin? This was Strickland, who had been vocal about Israel, been vocal about this administration, been vocal about our capture and our the anti free speech policies of Trump, which is the exact opposite of what he ran on. These are the things he was talking about. And I think the other part is that it was personal to him because it actually was affecting his brand. It was affecting his sport, because UFC itself is actually the thing that's captured as well. The actual sport itself is captured. We'll end this with a little background from Ian Carroll, who went into this a little closer. For those of you who don't know, UFC is 100% captured by Israel. It's the same mechanism. That's why you stage an event like this. You bring it all together. This whole thing is one big Israeli operation, pretending, masking as a America great, America first, 250 years of independence. It's the exact opposite of independence. Here we go.
Who owns the UFC? You better buckle up for this. I'm just going to read very mainstream sources, and I'm going to let you fill in the blanks. And don't worry, it won't be hard to do. So in case we're not clear, we're talking about the UFC, the biggest mixed martial arts fighting promotion in the world. They're owned by TKO Group Holdings, which is owned by Endeavor Group Holdings. And the CEO of TKO Group is Ari Emanuel. And he is also the CEO of Endeavor, the bigger company, along with Patrick Whitesell, the executive chairman. But I guess his name is probably pronounced Ari Emanuel because it's Jewish, not Mexican. His father, Jerusalem-born Benjamin Emanuel, was a pediatrician who was in the Irgun, a Zionist paramilitary group that operated in mandatory Palestine during the 30s and 40s. And just to clarify, paramilitary group means terrorist organization. And just to clarify, that is not my definition or Hamas's definition or Palestinians' definitions. That is literally the Israeli government's definition. In 1948, they outlawed the Irgun and Lehi groups, declaring them terrorist organizations. Basically, everyone inside and outside of Jewish worlds called them terrorists and strongly condemned them. Here's a list of the bombings that they were responsible for. So anyways, his dad was a Zionist terrorist from back when Israel was being formed. And now he runs the UFC. Well, he owns the UFC. Dana White runs it. But that is just the start of this. Because he has two brothers. This one was Obama's White House chief of staff after years in senior positions in the Clinton administration. But there's another one. This one works at the Center for American Progress, the Wharton School, Harvard, and the NIH. But don't worry, the deep state is not real. Oh yeah, and President Joe Biden named him one of the 16 members of the COVID-19 advisory board.
Oh, of course he did.
All three of those guys, their dad was an Israeli terrorist that even the Israeli government outlawed because their terrorist acts were so fucked up. Like bombing civilians. Literally. But wait, there's more.
Oh boy.
Because both Ari and his buddy Patrick, who are in charge of that other whole organization in charge of the UFC, they are also both in charge of IMG. They are co-CEOs. IMG is like a sports and media company. They have a whole entertainment and modeling division, including Miss Teen USA, Miss Universe. What does that remind me of? Yeah, you remember Epstein's pimp, Jean-Luc Brunel, who hung himself right before Epstein was all coming out? He allegedly procured more than 1,000 women and girls for Epstein. One of IMG's top representatives described him as a coked out misogynistic pig from day one. Whew. Thank goodness. I'm glad that IMG is not involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, except for this article where a bunch of survivors told their stories, and this one said that she worked for IMG. She told IMG what he was doing to her over in France or wherever she was, and IMG was like, oh, that's cool, whatever, no problem. And then they continued to send girls to him. Yeah, so IMG worked with him. And IMG doesn't just do modeling. No. Here is all the sports leagues and events that they work with. There's the UFC.
Wow.
They do modeling, consulting, events, like the Premier League, the highest level of English football, like the PGA of America, like the United States Tennis Association. They've got figure skating. They got motorsports. Shit, they've even got the world's strongest man in the U.S. Open of surfing.
Okay, so you get the idea. It's all connected. This is why guys like Sean Strickland are made an example of. You're not allowed to criticize Israel. You're not allowed to connect it with Jeffrey Epstein. You're not allowed to talk about the Mossad. You're not allowed to talk about any of these things. And that's exactly why he was banned from the event, escorted off the premises when he showed up to the event. And this is why the corruption, there will never be any consequences for any of the corruption in the Trump family and the crypto scamming and any of these insider trading things. None of it's going to be held accountable because it's all part of the same thing. But at least the one thing that's good about all this is there are fans, there are sports fans, UFC fans who maybe weren't paying attention to any of this, but it did take somebody that they looked up to, somebody that they championed and respected enough to look into and say, oh, maybe there's a reason why Sean Strickland wasn't allowed to be at this freedom event as we count down to 250 years of our nation's quote unquote independence. Okay. That should do it there. And we'll have our last story for you guys ready in just a moment. I think what we're going to do first, though, before we do our last story, because we do have a Michael Jackson story. This one's a good one. Important one. We'll say it's an important one. Before we do that, I think we can jump right to you guys and do some conversations. And I just want to point out, I know you guys see this on other shows. You see the reading of comments, and a lot of times you know, it's just kind of brushed by. And we do get some in the middle of the show a lot of the times, and I admit we do brush by them. But what this next segment is about, talking back, it's about talking to you and understanding that you guys deserve a chance to have conversations with us too. It's not just you know, our guests on the show. So if you guys write good comments, when I say good, I mean relevant and pertinent to what we're discussing or have been discussing today, we're going to have that dialogue with you. We're going to have it back and forth with you. And it's your way to feel like you're part of what we're doing more. So it's something that seems to work. So we can keep doing it. We hope to have, you know, we should have Leslie come back with us, you know, soon and do it with you guys as well. But that's what this is about. So we'll try to get to as many as we can in this segment, and we do it for about 20 minutes or whatever. So we'll try to get to as many as we can in that time frame. So super chats are also very, very awesome if you guys do that on YouTube. Rumble rants on Rumble, very cool if you guys could do that. Helps us out a lot. Either way, though, we appreciate you guys. So let's go ahead and get to it. Talking back today. Here we go. All right, guys, welcome to Talking Back. This show today, this has been the art of the very, very bad, horrible deal. Art of the non-deal, art of the fake deal, whatever you want to call it. This U.S.-Iran deal is not looking good, but it is interesting, and it is, we call it the theater of distraction. We have the story about the UK banning social media for kids under 16. We know what that's really about. That's a digital ID scam. Don't fall for it. Don't be supportive of any of that. CDC has now awarded Pfizer a bunch of money, $735 million for infant COVID shots. We have the LAPD story on the they just like to murder dogs. Apparently, that's a thing now. So we got Jay Scott on with us as well. Great conversations there, and we got into some. You know, Elon Musk is now a trillionaire. And who's really in charge, Israel, Iran, or the U.S.? So a lot of great discussions. We're going to now turn it to you guys and see what you have to say. And we also just did the UFC story, so that's also on the in the mix. Let's get to you guys. And I know we had some super chats earlier in the show that we were able to. Let me make sure I didn't miss any from before. This is good. You know what? Let me get this one up here because we didn't do this one earlier. And we talk about Hollywood. We talk about HOLLYWOKE, right? We talk about Hollywood represents the storyline they want us to see. So they will manufacture our consent for a lot of this stuff. So we go back to these movies. This one's a good one. Citizen, thank you for the super chat yet again. John Carpenter's They Live exposes Epstein class. I'm very glad you made that reference. We will go back and look at that film and see. I want to see those elements in there. I love it when we can discover oldies that turn out to have ulterior motives in them. We can look at them with new eyes when we go back to them. So we'll add that to the list of these films. You know which ones we've talked about other films that we go back to in the past. Films like Monsters Inc., which it really has a lot of adrenochrome references in that one. There's some other ones. That's just an example, but there's a lot of other ones as well that we look at. Eyes Wide Shut. That's a man. Eyes Wide Shut. That's really one to study. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Okay, thanks for that one, Citizen. Let's get to some of your engagement from. We'll go back to a little earlier in the show. Here we go. Oh, Kelly Jones asked about the 72 girls. I think it was 71, but who's counting? Well, we're trying to keep count. But 72 girls found in the underground tunnel, or did we already memory hold that? Of course we memory hold that. We covered this on Top Censored News on Thursday. Thank you so much for the chat. This is a problem. This is under the streets of New York. You're talking about they were rescued, and the story is what? That they accidentally got lost, and that's what 72 girls are just run off together, go into underground tunnels, not into a sewer where you're like, oh, they were in the sewer and got all dirty in a sewer. No, there's actual underground tunnels. Where do they go? Where do they lead? How did these girls get there? Why was nobody arrested for this? Why were they handed right back to their Jewish Orthodox handlers who actually showed up in their yarmulkes? as the police handed them right over, no questions asked. They all got on their little school buses and drove back to their little school. And now we've already forgot. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. A longtime listener, Rabbi Shmuley, he's keeping a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to find out. This is the other rabbi we covered on Bel Air. He's going to find out if you're naughty or Jewish. That's right. The Bel Air, this is the one that came on there and said that kid that said he wouldn't work for those very proud Jews that had a very, very successful company, and he didn't want to work for them. So that reminded me of the Planet of the Apes, where all the Goyim are the apes and the chosen ones are being locked in cages and forced to be animals, when really the Goyim are the animals. You're the animals. Why are the animals keeping us in cages when we're the chosen ones? It's a great metaphor that he does on his appearance on Fox News. It's unbelievable. Okay. And Kelly, you say, oh yeah, your mom watches Fox News all day. That's, oh boy, don't a lot of parents still do. A lot of parents still do. And that was Planet of the Grapes. Love it. And thanks Gabrielle for staying on point with us and being so friendly with everyone, all of our viewers. We love you all on YouTube and on Rumble, of course, and on Rumble. This is an interesting, Citizen. I crafted a pyramid of Zionism. Jews sit at the bottom. They are the pit bulls. Very well may be, but I would be careful to use the word bottom, because we know who they think are below them, and that's everybody else. So let's say it's a pyramid. If it's a pyramid that's high in the sky, it's possible they're at the bottom of that pyramid. But everybody else, we are lower than that. We are the scum on the bottom of their shoes. I believe that's the expression that we were looking for. Man, let me change this setting. I'm gonna go with a different setting here. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Well, that's a little sharper. We'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it looks like it's a little fuzzy around the edges right now. Okay. We'll see. We'll go a little bit. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Well, it's still a little fuzzy around the edges, but we're okay. I like this one. Trump can change his mind 40 times in 30 days. That's right. And that's no exaggeration. Thank you for that. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, great question. Will the cop who killed Jameson the dog face any consequences? Of course not. Of course not. Why would they're not going to admit who did it? If they have to throw someone under the bus, there will be an explanation that it was acting under the their protocol, because just like every other excuse, when we thought the dog was going to attack, we thought the kid was reaching for a gun, we thought Renee Good was about to drive us over. So it's all these, we were afraid for our lives, and that's how they get away with it. We were afraid for our lives. We did the thing that we were trained to do, which is shoot to kill, ask questions later. Actually, they don't ask questions later. The only reason they have to look into things is when they're caught on camera. Otherwise, why would they? There wouldn't be any. They wouldn't even have to say a word about it, right? If they let's say they did this in the middle of the night and there weren't all these other neighbors, there wasn't a cell phone, you just have the woman's testimony, but you wouldn't have anybody else validating it or backing it up. So then, yeah, they wouldn't even have to say anything in that case. But in this case, what they're going to do is they're going to say, yeah, we looked into it, and the officer acted based on the protocol that we have in place. That's what's going to happen. Thanks for this. You guys are the real heroes, THL. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Really do. And this is the New York discussion, not to excuse the behavior of those idiots in New York, but it was a small group doing that. And maybe because the average fan can't afford to see their team in the finals in person may cause frustration. Yeah, that's true. We look at these other teams that have the same problem. I mean, we have problems in LA, but we don't have tickets that the Lakers we've never charged a minimum of $7,000 to get into Staples Center or Crypto.com Arena. That's not a thing. It's only Madison Square Garden. So I don't know if that's related. The divide, the wealth gap in New York is worse than in LA than anywhere else, I would imagine. I mean, that would be LA would be the only one, but I'm telling you, $500. You can for a finals game, you can get into a Lakers finals for $500. You can do that. Not 7,000. You'll be, maybe these days, maybe inflation, maybe closer to 1,000. That would be 1,000, not 7,000 to walk into the building. That's just, I mean, come on. All right. And this is I get it. The U.S. is the empire's patsy. Okay. That's possible. Oh, hey, Kelly Lane. Hey, we're gonna discuss some election stuff soon. I wanna have a discussion with you, Kelly. Maybe later today or tomorrow. Let's get on a call. We have some ideas. Jay actually had some ideas. We had some ideas to discuss with you on some elections, some candidates that we know you're working with, which you do some amazing work, Kelly. So we really appreciate that. With the no peasants, Kelly Lane with no peasants. We love what you do. We love what you do. Okay. We'll get some more in here. Okay, we have Pasta and Nico today. Yona, I had fun with Pasta and Nico today. That was cool. Oh, okay. That's awesome. I missed that. I mean, obviously, I think that was the morning show, right? There was the morning show Pasta does now. And I think Nico came in on that one, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we were prepping for the show, so I missed that. But that's cool. Jungle there, Jared, thanks for tuning in. Rothschild and Secret Society, Vatican on top. We all agree. So who's the second tier? Maybe the U.S., but probably Israel. Either way, the U.S. is not calling the shots. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Thank you for that, Jungle Jared. And we're always willing to go further and go down another rabbit hole. We'll never stop going down rabbit holes. But at some point, we got to see what's happening, what these relationships are looking like. Who's capturing who's infiltrating who's putting the effort and attention into the infiltration, the spying, the capturing of legislation, the capturing of the media. Who's doing that? Is are the U.S. Are we going and capturing Israeli media, or are they coming and capturing our media? That's the thing. Are we capturing their legislation, or are they coming and capturing our legislation? Is the bill in the U.S. to merge the U.S. military and the Israeli military? Is that here, or are we going there to do that in their legislation in Israel? I mean, I guess you'd have the same outcome in that case, but you see, it's the traffic comes here. The traffic comes here. The red carpet is rolled out for Netanyahu here. The chair is pulled out for Netanyahu here. That's what it is. So there it is. There it is. Okay. All sentient beings we haven't seen in a while. Late but here. Hi, Matt and Jay. And then yeah, shout out to Leslie if she's there. I know you guys are all saying what's up to Leslie, so I think that's cool. And she's tuned in today, here and there, I believe. So that's cool. You guys are all. Oh, look at this. Look at this. 300 billion could be for Medicare for all. No, don't ask the squad about that, because the squad will tell you, no, we're not ready for that. We have to be little wins at a time, guys. No. How dare you suggest, Brian Christopher, how dare you suggest that we use that money for healthcare? Hell no. We can't afford that. We can't afford that. Oh, that's Skulls and Bones. Skulls and Bones. Yeah, and this is and let's not forget the thank you, Maximilian. Great sum up, Matt. Let's not forget the spiritual aspects of all this. Appreciate that. Jungle Jay again. The reason the deal looks so good to Iran is that so the U.S. can break or halt the deal while blaming Iran, while trying to look like the reasonable ones. Hey, we tried. That's a good take. That's a good take. It's we can look like we did our best, and hey, we're the one. It's not us. It wasn't us. That's possible. I didn't go at my baby. Thanks for tuning in. I doubt Iran would sign off if they think Jolani will attack. They know they are stronger with their allies. And that might actually be the reason that Friday's ceremony, as they say, the signing ceremony coming Friday, that might be a reason why that doesn't actually happen, is because of the Syria factor. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. I mean, everything just seems very unstable right now. Very unstable. You got this 14-point plan, but none of it really makes sense of actually implementing. None of it really makes any sense. It's a little odd. Little odd there. I'm gonna go back to the Skull and Bones thing. Let's do this one real quick, because I think this was another super chat from Citizen regarding Skull and Bones. If you guys don't remember, Tim Russert used to host Meet the Press. Thank you for the super chat again, Citizen. Tim Russert unveiled unalived. Tim Russert unalived after mentioning Skull and Bones. That was during the 2004 presidential election, John Kerry versus George W. Bush into his second term. That was and John Kerry lost that election, lost because they rigged it in the Ohio voting machines in some of those counties. They were preset for Bush. So we know that happened. But the point is, there was an actual interview. I believe it was with John Kerry. I believe Tim Russert said something. He didn't even ask him a question. He just said, he just said it as a fact. You and George W., you guys are old pals because you both are part of Skull and Bones. You both are from the same secret society, right? And now you're not supposed to say that. We're trying to give you guys theater. We're trying to give you Republicans versus Democrats, Bush versus Kerry. You can't tell the audience of Meet the Press at the morning Sunday audience. You can't tell them, just so you know, these guys are part of a secret handshake, super duper rich, elite, underground Skull and Bones club. And that's their allegiance, is to that. You can't tell, because then that just, what? So he might have been made an example of, because I think that was the last interview Tim Russert conducted. At least that was the last big one. He never did anything like that. Was it. And then all of a sudden you hear that he ends up dead. And you're like, what? And that was it. That was after saying Skull and Bones. So good call there. Historical reference. That was a while ago. That's just back in 2004. But I know the reference. Thank you so much, Citizen. For the rest of you guys, you can look that up. Look up that interview of Tim Russert with John Kerry regarding. I think he might have had both of them sitting there. There might have been a chance. I don't know. I forget if there was the optics were there. He was speaking about their relationship. I don't know if they were both in the room at the same time, but I think John Kerry was there. But he certainly drew the connection, and that was it for Tim Russert. All right, moving on. Let's get to a couple more, because we got one more story to get to before, and we don't want to hit the 5. We don't want to hit the 5-hour mark today, so we're gonna try and wrap this up. Okay, here we go. Oh well, R.I.P. Tim Russert for sure. Thank you, Donald Duck's mom. It is sad when you think about it. What happened? That was weird. It was a while ago, but it was weird. Exactly. We're talking about the UK ban on social media for kids under 16. It's about digital ID, not keeping kids safe. Exactly. Thank you so much, Julia Amar. Great question. Mother, can I trust the government? Mother, can I trust the government? Tell me, please. Okay. Oh yeah, the RFK story. Let's get to that one. Oh, before we get to the RFK one, this is great. This is a great suggestion. Adingo ate my baby. How about we just legislate social media companies to have to create a safer platform and less addictive in that of our data that we own? Well, that's a fair question. Obviously, they're not going to be able to do that because that's not profitable. That's not a profit, and that's not helping the surveillance state. You don't want to have a safer platform. You want to have a controlled platform that's different, where you can control people and their behavior by feeding off their addictions and feeding off the algorithm that keeps them coming by, keeps their eyes glued to the screen. So that's the last thing that they want. Oh yeah, let's figure out how to get the kids to not want to have the phone in their face. Well, this way they can say, hey, we're helping the kids, but all you're doing is you're collecting all the data from the parents. That's what you're doing. So you're not helping anyone, and then you can keep the same formulas in place on all the platforms. You don't actually have to change anything on the platforms. They can still be just as addictive. They can be just as hijacked with these shadow bannings. They can be still just as AI geared to the predictive behavior, predictive programming. They can do all those things they're already doing. They don't have to change anything. All they have to do is put the ban there and then pretend that they're helping kids. It's genius, actually. It's genius. And there's enough people that believe that it's, oh, good, this will get the kids out of the house and they can start doing things. Yeah, that should be happening anyway. But the ban is only giving cover for the digital ID rollout, which is what this is. That's what it is. Oh, look, we got a comment on Twitch. AI viewers, streamboo.com. What? I don't know what streamboo.com is, but hey, that came in on Twitch. So I guess we're running. Citizen, I see your 100 boosters. Mary Ploppins, thanks for tuning in again to keep the virus narrative going so they can keep terrorizing us with more pandemics. Of course, that's why you have to keep giving money. Keep giving the money. Feed them. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me now. That's Pfizer talking to RFK. And RFK is the Seymour character. They go, okay, here you go. Here's more money. Open wide, Pfizer. Open wide. Here you go. Wait, what happened here, Sam? I was arrested again yesterday. It's been a very bad week for British justice. The Filton 25 and other direct actionists. The UK is a Zio-fascist occupied state. Direct action is not terrorism. Well, we appreciate your bravery, and I hope you're okay now. We hope you're okay, Sam. You're the strongest voice we have out there that can tell us what's actually happening on the ground. So we really appreciate it, and we hope you're doing okay today. And way to put yourself in the line of fire again. I'm glad you're all right, but man, that's some crazy shit out there. I think we need to keep our eye on UK right now, since this new law just passed. But man, the censorship is out of freaking control. Wow. And the difference between Bezos and Musk is about $1 trillion. That's funny. Because yeah, if you do the math, it's almost a full trillion, right? That's funny. And Glenn Beck is a silly fool. Thanks for that, Chris H. Thanks for that. Should have set up British people are occupied. And then you say four of the Filton 25 were found guilty of criminal damage, but have been sentenced for terrorism. What? The jury were unaware. The defendants were not allowed to mention genocide. Wow. Hijacked trials. Man, that's not justice at all. That's really bad. We're so sorry to hear that, Sam. So sorry. That's just bad. Man. It's good. This is from Chris H. Socialism is not just a social safety net. Socialism is subduing the power of capital and putting it under the dictatorship of the citizenry. Well said. I think our forefathers would appreciate that. I think so. And capitalism is just socialism for the rich. We know that. Yes, we know that. Thank you for this, Upstate Raider. Socialism happening at the top. That you get all the bailouts, right? That's what it's about. Yeah. No, it's not a 6-hour live stream, Citizen. No, hell no. We're not doing 6 hours. No. Okay. And I apologize. I said Thursday at the beginning of the show. Obviously, it's Tuesday. That's how all over the place I am today. I'm shocked that we made it this far with all the different stuff we've covered. I'm actually shocked. And we're gonna hit this last one out of the park. We got one more for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll get to that in just a second. Yeah, thanks for clarifying on the Twitch thing. We'll keep an eye on that. I just thought it was funny that I don't know what that was. I guess that's a weird thing that happens on Twitch, but we're just figuring it out. We just started the channel. All good. Okay. Thank you guys for all of that. And I think the RFK, I've not seen the RFK comments that Jay mentioned earlier in the show. It's weird. It's like we kind of, did I skip by it? What happened? What? Oh, Mary Ploppins, you're always telling us the hard truths. Hustlers and op. The whole McCullough organization is fraudulent. Oh man, those are hard claims. And we've seen some certainly some corruption in the guys, the financiers of McCullough's organization. We actually had them on the show before they were called out by everyone. The money behind it. So do we still give them attention when they're looking into something that's accurate? We have to look at the thing. So even if the messenger, we say don't shoot the messenger, we have to be careful with that, right? So yes, if there's corruption, we want to know. But at the same time, if McCullough calls something out, we need to also acknowledge that. And same with Hustler, because he does all this work and like a lot of it checks out. So is he an op? Maybe. And that's that. And what you're saying when you say op, you're saying controlled op. You're saying, right? You're saying controlled opposition, which makes us think that he's the guy fighting for us. And he might be. But what we don't have much else to work with here. So, but we can be skeptical. We can be skeptically optimistic or optimistically skeptical. I don't know what the word is, but just it's okay. We can call it out. We can say this is accurate information. We don't have to put the messenger on a trial every time we give them we play a clip of them, right? So we're not so you can play the clip, highlight the information reported. We don't have to have them on trial every time, right? So I think that's a good takeaway from this. That's a good takeaway. Okay. Yes. We'll end with one more. Let's end with this one from Chris. Capitalism, by its nature, would arrive at a rigged economy, and therefore you get your billionaires and eventually, ultimately, your trillionaire. Elon Musk, case in point. Okay, that's talking back for today. Gabrielle, thanks for when you come in. You say, what's going on, critical thinkers? I'm working, but listening, sending love. Thank you for double timing it with your blue wrench, helping us out in the chat when you can. Let's go ahead. I got this queued up right now. I'm ready to go, guys. We're just gonna get right to it because I don't like going much over. We're gonna probably just maybe head over the 5-hour mark. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to go more than that. So let's get to this story. I'm gonna throw up it's technically it's a HOLLYWOKE story because we have a narrative we have to follow. We have to stay in line here when we're saying what's okay to make a film about, what's not. You can't get out of line. You got to stay in line. What's considered activism, what's considered domestic terrorism, right? So they're going to tell us what it's okay to get upset about and what it's not. That's HOLLYWOKE. With that said, I'm going to play in the intro and we're going to do this Michael Jackson story. And it probably just would exist as a Michael Jackson story separately, but we're going to play this in anyways because it does have kind of a, man, Michael Jackson did not fit into the HOLLYWOKE mindset at all. He was a stranger here. He was an outsider. He didn't fit here at all, but they wanted him to fit so badly. It didn't really work. So that's why. So let's get to the story. Here we go. This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Here, let's do it. Welcome back to HOLLYWOKE. Let's see what's happening. We're looking at the Michael Jackson film, which I know a lot of you have probably seen it by now, unless you're completely over every film and you're like, I don't want to see anything. I don't care. And we appreciate that too. We appreciate if you guys are over it. You don't even care. But this was definitely one that was worth seeing. We told you guys it was worth checking out. It's the first half of his life. The first half of his life up until right before he started getting critical of the entity that was in charge of who he was, his career, the record label, the people handling him. So that's when the movie stopped. So it's worth seeing the movie up until that point. Will there be a sequel? That's another question. But let's look at the numbers that are coming out right now about the film Michael. Michael surpasses Bohemian Rhapsody as highest grossing music biopic of all time. The film has surpassed Bohemian Rhapsody. That's the Queen film. Directed by Bryan Singer, which is so crazy. I thought Bryan Singer was done. I thought he was a Kevin Spacey. Like that, those two were like tag team. They tag teamed the little boys together. Bryan Singer and Kevin Spacey. They did the Superman Returns movie together. Those two were like partners in crime with the tag teaming the little boys at the Hollywood mansion parties. Anyways, that's off on a tangent, but that's Bryan Singer, who was the director of the top grossing biopic of all time until Michael surpassed him. And it's still growing because people are still seeing this film. So what does that mean? There's a lot of talk about a sequel. So the filmmakers would they have the right if they have to get the family members to sign off? Do they need the permission of Sony record producers? The Zionists who run Sony, do they need their permission? Get their signatures to have a sequel in which maybe they might not be depicted very well? That's a good question. Is it possible that there could be a project like that? So that's the buzz right now. Is will this franchise? I mean, it would be a franchise if a sequel is greenlit. This would be considered a franchise, and probably the first ever successful any sort of biopic franchise where you're following the next chapter of the superstar through the next chapter of his life. And the movie does actually end on kind of that note, like that you want to see more. That's how it leaves you hanging. It doesn't wrap anything up. And that's, I think, the point. And that's why people are talking about this. So with that said, let's look at the numbers of the competing companies when we talk about the Paramount and WB merger, which just got approved this week. Paramount, Warner Brothers, the merger gets approval from the DOJ. We knew this was going to happen. This was set. There were a lot of people saying, no, there's a chance this could get pulled. No, they knew this was locked. That's Larry Ellison's son. That's Larry Ellison, one of the top richest people on the planet, who now owns all of these companies. He owns all of them. This is his son. So this Paramount is now an entity of the Zionist the Zionist family, the Zionist cult, whatever you want to call it, that the money that has been put into this, the money comes from that Israeli spyware, Oracle. That's where it comes from. And now he owns all of these media companies. Who did Paramount beat out to get the WB deal? Was Netflix. So Netflix, well, they have a fight ahead of them. Still the number one streamer right now is Netflix, but they have a fight and they want to capitalize on any opportunity they can. So what does Netflix do? Knowing that this merger is going to go through, they want to stay on top. What do they conveniently do as they're watching the Michael Jackson film climb to record-breaking, shattering global box office expectations? What does Netflix decide to do? Well, they make a calculated decision to do this. Netflix is disgusting. These are Michael Jackson fans exploding online that a new smear campaign documentary is now on their platform. Just as Michael was hitting the $1 billion gross, and it did. It hit the $1 billion gross since this article. New smear campaign, which is now a huge hit on Netflix. This is one of their biggest hits. So they're capitalizing on the buzz of this by smearing Michael Jackson. Well, let's hear about this thing. What is going on here? So Michael Jackson has proved in less than 2 months that he is still and will forever be the undisputed king of pop, as his crowd-pleasing biopic continues to send fans to theaters in droves. In what may have called a resurgence, what many have called a resurgence of Jackson's never-ending popularity and newfound obsession from Gen Z, fans are absolutely, and you know why Gen Z is infatuated, right? You know why. Gen Z understands context. Gen Z asks questions. Gen Z is curious. I'm telling you guys, they are curious about why Michael Jackson is no longer alive. What happened? That's why. Anyways, but they went out to see the film. So anyways, fans are absolutely infuriated that Netflix has chosen now to release this docuseries regarding the child molestation allegations against the superstar. So earlier this month, Netflix drops Michael Jackson, The Verdict. This is now their number one, whatever you call it, docuseries on their platform now. This is what all of their subscribers are watching. Michael Jackson, The Verdict. And of course, they had to go back to the 2005. And the movie ends before this, right? The movie doesn't get to this part, like I said earlier. So why is this? Why are they what are they doing here? Knowing everyone's going to watch this thing. What is it that they're trying to do? So he was, just to be clear, he was acquitted on all 10 charges at the time. So sure enough, it didn't take long after the docuseries dropped for fans to unleash their fury, which they should. Carefully pointing to Netflix's questionable timing, because the whole point is that they're riding this financial wave, right? So that's the timing. But it's more than that. It's more than riding the financial wave. It's doing damage control the best they can at reminding the public and educating people like Gen Z who weren't around when the first allegation happened in 1993. They weren't around then. And they were too young in 2005 when he had the 10 charges dropped. So that's what's happening. It's not just, they're trying to make money, because they are trying to make money. And they know they can make money. Ehowever, they got to do some damage control on behalf of the record company. So let's go further with this. So the X users, or the people posting on X that watch this film, some of them say things like this: they're still trying to smear a man who was cleared multiple times, even after his death, just to make money. Well, it's more than that, but that's a good starting point. In addition, additional fan called out the streaming service for using similar media tactics used for decades to smear the icon's name, which it did. The doc really had to edit footage, remove context. So they noticed that it's manipulative filmmaking, which documentaries can be. Documentaries can be very manipulative by the things they choose not to put in, the order that you put stuff, how you compose music behind things, the people you focus more on, the people you brush aside. It's a very manipulative medium. Documentary filmmaking, very manipulative medium. So they want to try and make him look guilty, even though the 10 charges were dropped. So it's a strange. The user says that's a strange amount of effort for someone whose guilt is supposedly so obvious. Same old media tactic, different platform. So people are realizing the nefariousness behind Netflix for doing this. Well, why don't we go just a little further? Because again, like I said, it is more than about Netflix trying to make money, although they do have to compete with Paramount. They want in on the game. They want in on the Zionist money too. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to play cover for the Epstein class. That's what's actually going on, because that's what Michael Jackson was really about, was protecting children. And at the time, we didn't have any idea at the time, but we know now that the biggest fight Michael Jackson was up against, besides his own record label of Sony, he was literally up against Epstein and the Epstein Island and that billionaire class that was trying to get those kids. And Michael Jackson protected those kids. That's what he was doing. So let's go to the next one. Here's TPV Sean. Tells us earlier that the Epstein files have revealed that Israel assassinated Michael Jackson to protect elite pedophile ring. Well, I can't say it's proven in the Epstein files as a fact. You can't really prove that. However, there is certainly evidence suggesting that in the actual files, those 3 million files that dropped, there's actual evidence that this could be true. That's true. So, but you have to look deep. So buried deep in the declassified Epstein files, the 3 million files we got, they kept 3 million of them to themselves, but we did get 3 million of them. 3 million of them did go public. The evidence that Israel masterminded Michael Jackson's 2009 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. It's in there. There's actual evidence that suggests that there was a massive operation and cover up with a murdering of Michael Jackson in 2009. So Michael wasn't just a threat. He was a ticking bomb. He was in the process of going public, opposing Israel's crimes against humanity. The exact same move that cost Charlie Kirk his life almost 2 decades later. Great comparison. Absolutely. Well, let's hear a little bit, a clip of his reporting on this. Here we go. Oh, I gotta load this one. Hold on. Here we go.
People brainwashed by years of mainstream media attacks on Michael Jackson saw the photos from the Epstein files and jumped to one obvious conclusion. But what they failed to understand is that Michael was never on Epstein's side. He was protecting children from Epstein and the cabal of child predators. And we have the receipts to prove it. The photo of Jackson with Epstein was from 2003. The very same year, the Scary Movie franchise inserted a bizarre scene mocking Michael. This wasn't comedy. This was a warning. Comply, or the entertainment industry machine will be weaponized to destroy you. His final phone call, the night before he died, has been suppressed for years. Listen closely. You'll understand why they're desperate to keep it under wraps.
I don't know if I should tell you this, but I don't know who may be listening. There may be a group of people that want to get rid of me. They don't want me here anymore.
I don't understand. What do you mean? Talk to me.
I can't talk about it over the phone. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just feel in my soul, only God knows, they could shoot me. They could stab me. They could frame me and say I overdosed you with drugs. They can do a lot of things.
Who could do these things?
It's not the government.
Michael Jackson enraged the slave owners at Sony when he wrote a song called Don't Cry Palestine. The Zionist mafia in control of the music industry marked him for destruction when he began calling them out in public, exposing their crimes. He knew exactly who was destroying his career, his reputation, and who was coming for his life.
So the filmmakers are in a very peculiar situation now, because with all the so when you look at the timeline, you look at all these different factors, right? So you have the Million is breaking, the movie's breaking all these records. Everyone's asking about the sequel. The movie leads off the possibility of a sequel. You got Netflix trying to do damage control, or I would say pre-damage control, where you set the precedent of this guy ends up doing horrible things even though he wasn't convicted. That's the premise going in. And then you have all the slurs, the anti-Semitism slurs that he must be, because he had the one song. You guys remember the one song where he wasn't allowed to say Jew me. Remember that, Jew me? So with all that, you're gonna have more Zionists come out and set this stage. So if you guys think that I'm overreacting on this, wait till you see what Rabbi Shmuley's already doing, because this guy is trying to rewrite the story again and pretend that Michael Jackson was a friend of Israel, but he just doesn't know where to draw the line when it comes to kids in his bed. I kid you not. And while you're watching this clip, pay no attention to the Polaroid picture on the left side of the screen that includes Rabbi Shmuley in the picture with Michael Jackson. Here it is.
Does that mean that I condone his behavior as an adult sharing a bed with a child? Absolutely. And he promised me that he wouldn't. And after that promise was not honored, again, I wasn't going to hang around as a fan. I wasn't his fan. I was his rabbi and his friend.
I think that clip got cut off. There was another part to it. I'll find it and I'll put, you know what? I'm going to find it and put it in the post. I got to get that in there. Yeah. So that, I'll describe it first. So he says that it's a red line. It's a red line. You don't allow a child in the bed with you. And then there was a child in the bed. So this is, and to expand on the part about the Israel part, he's going to pretend that no, Israel loves Michael Jackson. And there's no mention of this Palestine song that got wiped off the map. There's a handwritten on a napkin, the actual lyrics to a Palestine song. Pray for Palestine. He never got to record it with Sony. There's some AI versions of it now, because we have the lyrics and you can create a what if Michael Jackson were to record it, but he never did record it. So how would a movie be able to account for this if there was a sequel? They're in a bad spot. If the sequel comes out, how are they going to? The first one's fine because they don't have to, they can stop it when they stop the film, and then you don't have to account for this. How do you account for this phone call? How do you account for the Epstein connection? What are you going to do about that in the film? And so the Gen Z crowd is going to wonder that. So they have their hands full of how to steer this moving forward. But yeah, all eyes are on this. And again, I don't really truly like to recommend these type of films. But there's enough there that makes it worth it. And just know that you're not it's just going to stop at a certain point. And that's on purpose. That's on purpose. So hopefully, we'll get something to come out of this at some point. So the general film audience will be more aware. But I'm not exactly holding my breath. I'm just saying that the foundation's been laid. So let's see how much they can get away with it before they pull the plug on it altogether. But people are paying attention. The ones that have gone out to see the film, they want to know what happens next. So are we going to get the real story, what happens next? Are we going to get a bullshit story, what happened next? Or are we just going to end the story and say, that's it. That's the end of the Michael Jackson story. Nothing else to see here. All right. That's This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Guys, it's been a good show. I really appreciate all the engagement today. All you guys, I know we had some ups and downs on YouTube, but you guys toughed it out with us. I appreciate it so much. Let me tell you what's coming up. Well, first, I got to thank all you guys in the chat. I got to thank the mods. I got to thank Jay Scott for what he brought to the table today. It was a great show with him. Jay's going to be coming back on Thursday along with Craig Pasta. And we do have a special guest coming in with us on Thursday's show. That's Derek Bros. Derek Bros will be in the house with us on the Homeless Left Thursday show. You don't want to miss it. I'll be going on with Garland Nixon, I think, on Friday. And then next Tuesday show, I believe we have Caleb Maupin will be back with us as well. So we got some good guests coming up with us on the Homeless Left. We're here Tuesdays and Thursdays. We show up, guys. That's what we do. And we want you guys to show up too. We want you to show up to the things that you commit to and you have to be at, even when it's hard. And you know, you got a fight in store for yourself. Just treat your bodies well, treat your minds well, get that sleep, eat right, start the day right, seize the day. Because when we go out into the world, we always have to go at it consistently, right? With what do we talk about? Principle. That's the big one. So it's courage, it's conviction, and it's above all else, principle. All right, that should do it for today. I'm Matt Weinglass. The Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you guys back here on Thursday. Until then, power to the people and free Palestine. This outro is going to be a Zoom call gone wrong. Don't let this happen to you guys. We'll see you next time.
다들 주말인데 고생 많습니다. 반갑습니다. 다들 아시겠지만 이번에 장생포에 웨일스 카트가 새로 들어왔습니다. 우리 유튜브 채널이 죽었는지 조회수가 너무 안 나오네요.
조회수가 오르려면
남주사 앞에 뭐 선풍기라도 틀어놓은
아무래도
거야?
창문을 열어놔서 바람이 좀 많이 저도 속도감이 제일 중요한 포인트라고 생각을 합니다.
그럼 이번 주 내로 홍보 영상 기획안 정리해서 전달해 드리겠습니다. 근데 주사님 왜 자꾸 사라지세요?
잠깐
성격이 됐었나 봐요.
지금 가장 중요한 건 조회수입니다. 조회수를 살려야 돼요.
네, 살려야.
남서 오늘 왜 이래?
아니, 노트북이 좀 떨어질 뻔해서.
남주사? 남주사. 야, 남영식! 지금 집 아닌 거지?
예.
시속 40km로 고래문화 마을을 질주하는 웨일즈 카트. 울산 남구 장생포에서 만나요.
넌 또 뭔데? 다 나가라, 나가.